And then I want to know the worst you've ever put your foot in your mouth. 877-377-4373. All that and so much more coming up tonight on the world-famous Jesse Kelly Show. Let's check in with the commies and see how they're feeling about the election results.
We're going down one of two very different paths by perhaps tomorrow morning.
Yes, and that's what, if historians in the future are allowed to write books, and by the way, that question is open this morning. And if people are allowed to go on television and say what they think in the future, which again, that question is open this morning, in the future, historians are going to look back on this day and say, this is...
Okay, so they're crazy people. Now, let me tell you what I've been hearing all day long. And I realize we're going to have polls closing. Wait a minute, didn't they just close? Hold on, let me pull this up. I actually have it saved on my phone. I know the exact time the polls are closing, so here we are. At an hour from now, they will close in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont. An hour and a half from now, so that's 7:30 Eastern time, North Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia. Then at 8 Eastern, that's when a flood of them come in. I'm not even going to read all of those. But look, there's a chance before this show is over, we might know some things. 7 o'clock Eastern is 1 hour from now. Georgia is a swing state. If Trump takes Georgia, it's a good sign. Virginia. Now, I don't think we're going to win Virginia. Or I should say, traditionally, we don't win Virginia. But the things I'm hearing from the ground in Virginia lead me to believe we might, just might, have a shot. Chris, I don't need you to be Debbie Downer tonight, all right? I am up. I am excited. I can't get the smile off my face, and we don't need Eeyore tonight, Chris. I'm telling you, it's going to be a good night, and it's not just that I woke up feeling that way. My wife woke up nervous, sister's nervous, mom's nervous, friends are nervous. Jesse, what are you hearing? Jesse, what are you hearing? And so I'm just going to tell everybody, including them, what I've been hearing all day long. One, I felt fantastic, and two, the reports are that Republicans are outvoting Democrats. We could sit here all night long for 3 hours and well, the exit polls are saying that more people are caring about. Republicans are outvoting Democrats as of right now, and they're outvoting them by a sizable margin. Just got a text from a friend right before the show started. He lives in a blue area, and I've had 3 of these texts today from different areas in the country. One in California, one in Connecticut, one in Michigan. But all 3 of the counties are super, super blue. Their polling places are dead. No energy. There's nobody there. All day long, I've seen video and heard from friends in Republican counties, Republican places. They are packed. Lines, long lines. The chances are not zero. We might even get New Jersey. Chris, just stop. Look, even if Trump doesn't win New Jersey, I bet you we're going to pick up a seat or 2 of some kind in New Jersey. Remember, there's a lot more at stake tonight than just the presidency. That's just the big, sexy one we all focus on. You know, Trump versus Harris and Make America. What's at stake tonight is power. A lot of it, up and down the ballot. Local elections. When I voted today, I actually saved it. I usually try to vote early today. I wanted to wait and see what it was like on election day. I not only voted for president, I voted for Ted Cruz for Senate. I voted for my House member. I voted for my state. And all the way down to school board. We are going to have, I'm telling you right now, a good night. A good night. We are going to have a very, very, very good night. I feel it. Now, let's talk about some things, shall we? Because they were asking Trump, hey, what do you think about Harris supporters? And Trump, look, Trump has to give this line that he gave. He has to give this line. That's what he said.
If you win, there are going to be tens of millions of Harris supporters who are going to be upset. What would your plan be to reach out to those people, bring them in? What would your message to them be?
Well, it'll be just that. We want to bring everybody in. We want to be very inclusive, and we will be very inclusive. We have a great country, but...
Okay, yeah, but no. And I realize, that is not a criticism of Trump. It's election day. He has to say that. No. Inclusive is gone now. Inclusive is gone because you can coexist and share a country, a state, a city, a neighborhood. You can coexist with Democrats. You cannot coexist with communists. It doesn't work. You cannot, under any circumstances, live side by side with this.
But even if Trump doesn't win, the Defense Department and NASA are going to need a new arrangement for all their rockets and for all the multi-billion-dollar contracts Elon Musk's companies have with the U.S. government. The U.S. government is going to have to either, unwind from all of those contracts, or Elon Musk's companies are going to have to unwind from him. This is an untenable reality in national security terms. Now that we know...
That's Rachel Maddow on television discussing how much government retribution Elon Musk should face because he's openly supporting Donald Trump. Remember, you cannot live and let live with these people, and wars, political wars, culture wars, really all wars, it actually does not take two to tango. If one side decides they're at war, then it really doesn't matter what the other side has to say about it. War it is. These people decided that you should be fired if you didn't take an experimental vax. These were the same people, when polled, who said your children need to be taken from you if you haven't had your booster shot. There will be no inclusive. Those days are behind us. There will be victory for one of the two sides. Now, back to tonight. There is a little bit of tomfoolery going on. I've told you Republicans are outvoting Democrats, and we are going to give you, like I said before, we will update you as the polls close, as the numbers come in. We are going to be on the air. Chris, Corey are all over it. There's nothing so far, right? There's nothing. You're not missing out on anything, but as they come in, we are going to give you everything, so you're not going to miss that. But what happened in Georgia? What's happening in Pennsylvania? Reports in Pennsylvania, 2 big Republican counties, problems with the voting machines. Reports in Georgia, there was a bomb threat. The Secretary of State's blaming Russia. We're actually going to talk about that in a moment. But overall, this is the problem. Once the people start to distrust their elections, everything looks bad. Everything looks like cheating. Everything looks like dirty pool. So let's tackle Georgia first. Next.
The Jesse Kelly Show. On air and online at jessekellyshow.com.
It is the Jesse Kelly Show. I almost forgot the name of the show. Chris, it's a confusing name. It is the Jesse Kelly Show on a Tuesday on election night. Also, I gave out the phone number earlier and told you to call, and then all your calls promptly dropped. It's because they're having some huge IT problems, so don't call anymore. I'll let you know when that thing actually gets fixed. Hey, Chris, let me know if you need me to get involved and move some wires around and press some buttons and stuff. I'll handle all of those things. All right, also, before I forget, before I get back to this Georgia, Russia, voting problems, bomb threat stuff, all kinds of craziness going on out there, I want to first be confident right now. It doesn't mean the night's going to go our way. Maybe it won't. We might lose. Maybe it won't. Let me ask you something. You're a person on the right, not talking about you filthy commies who hate listen, but you're a person on the right. You want freedom. You want your government small. You want your taxes low. You have this list of desires. Let me ask you, how many days do you get a win? It's a 365-day calendar year. How many of those days, on average, do you get a political win? Not many. There just aren't many of those days. Tonight is our Super Bowl. Our team is looking strong. We might lose, but our team is looking strong. You should, not saying don't be stressed, but you should be happy right now. This is as good as it gets. Let the adrenaline wash over you. I'm so fired up for tonight. And before I get to the Georgia thing, one last thing. Stay in line. Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris had a list of events yesterday. Every single event she did was in Pennsylvania. Trump was, of course, bouncing around to all the swing states, but Kamala Harris, the day before the election, every single event was in Pennsylvania. What does that tell you? Remember, we talked about this before. Money and time don't lie in politics. The candidates lie about everything all the time. That's the nature of politics. But where a candidate plants themselves, well, that tells you a lot. They are going after Pennsylvania. They are treating Pennsylvania like it's a blue wall state. If you're standing in line in that dirty state, I love Pennsylvania, but the way they run elections is so freaking clownish and awful. If you're standing in line and they're telling you the machines are broken, I'm sorry, do not get out of line. My feet hurt. I'm hungry. Sorry. Order a pizza. Get on DoorDash. Get some pizza and Cokes and water, whatever delivered to you. Hand them out to others if you're financially able to do so. Act as if every single vote counts, because Kamala Harris thinks Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin are going to send her to the White House. Arizona, stay in line. Stay in line. Virginia, don't blow it off. It's Virginia. It's going blue. We are going to make noise in Virginia tonight. I don't know whether or not we will win. I'm not saying that. But just like New Jersey, we're going to pick up some seats there that we probably weren't supposed to pick up. Stay in line and get the work done and put a smile on your face and be happy. Play music. Be freaking happy. Now let's talk about what's happening in Georgia. Georgia's Secretary of State came out earlier and he said this.
Talked a little bit earlier about that Russian hoax and that bomb scare. I just want to make sure everyone understands this, that Georgia's not going to be intimidated. The Russia has just decided they picked on the wrong Georgia. They need to pick on the other one in the Black Sea, because we're not going to be intimidated.
Okay, not the most eloquent thing in the world, and certainly doesn't sound very intimidating. But anyway, he also said this.
We've heard some threats that were of Russian origin, and so I don't know how to describe if that's viable. We don't think they are, but in the interest of public safety, you always check that out, and we'll just continue to be very responsive when we hear about stuff like that. We identified the source, and it was from Russia.
Can you elaborate on that? What kind of threats?
As he said, is a bomb threat.
So Russia, and you're confident of the Russians?
Okay, maybe you're sitting there saying, Jesse, it's not the Russians. Jesse, this sounds dirty. Well, a couple things. The country has to own how the citizens feel about elections. The people in charge, Republican and Democrat, they have to own the fact that the American people don't trust their elections anymore. there is widespread distrust in elections. When you have ballots being counted behind closed doors in the middle of the night, even if everything is totally legitimate, that's going to cause distrust. When you have ballots being counted that come in 5 days after an election, that's going to cause distrust. When you're on video boarding up the windows of polling places, it's going to cause distrust. When you have voting machines constantly going out in Republican counties. Again, all these things might be on the up and up, but even if all these things are on the up and up, people are going to look at that and they're going to say, cheating, they're doing something dirty, that's cheating, there's more cheating. So let's move past that part and let's focus on the Russia aspects. I've seen some people today in response to that say, no, that's clearly it's the FBI or something like that. Now, listen, it could be. But also, there was this, and this just came out. So you haven't heard about this. This is Wall Street Journal reporting, but hackers linked to Chinese intelligence used precision strikes to quietly compromise cell phone lines used by an array of senior national security and policy officials across the U.S. government, in addition to politicians, according to people familiar with the matter. This access allowed them to scoop up call logs, unencrypted texts, and some audio from potentially thousands of Americans and others with whom they interacted. So what I am saying is I warned about this. Was it yesterday or last week? But I warned about this. We've been fighting a not-so-subtle proxy war with Russia. We've been kind of doing the same thing with China. They're always going to respond. And a soft way you can respond is to call in a bomb threat at a polling location in a swing state that automatically is going to cause angst in the population. People are going to start shouting about the election being stolen, cheating. This is a standard way these countries, enemies of ours, have operated in our elections for a long time. I'm not saying what happened in Georgia was Russia. I'm not saying it wasn't. I have no idea. You have no idea. We will never, ever know. Just be light on your feet, all right? Light on your feet and watching everything. All right. Let's talk a little bit about blue cities. Hang on. It is the Jesse Kelly Show on an election night, and I just have this feeling that it's going to be a good one. So put a smile on your face, stay in line. Remember, you can email the show, jesse@jessekellyshow.com. And good news, the IT people and me, I want to say that I contributed a lot to it. What, Chris? We fixed the phone lines. It was half them, half me, but the phone lines are fixed. I want to know about a time you put your foot in your mouth. We'll take little election day breaks and talk about that. If you want to say something about the election or election day quickly, that's fine. But call. When did you put your foot in your mouth? 877-377-4373. Those are always a good time when we do those. Headline from Hot Air. Blue cities prepare for election violence. It's funny how often that happens, isn't it? It's weird because I live in this area that is blood red, not just in Texas, one of the reddest parts of Texas. And I went and voted today, and it really did my heart well because in a lot of races, especially the state legislature ones, there were no Democrats on the ticket. They don't even bother fielding candidates in my area. And you know what else I don't have in my area? No riots. Not a single business has boarded up its windows. It's amazing what happens when you divorce yourself from the savages and finally go live around good, decent people instead of Democrats. It's amazing. And people try to tell me, they try to shame me otherwise. And Jesse, you need a more diversity in your viewpoints. No, I don't. I am 43 years old. I am blessed to have a family, and I will move them and myself to be around people who share my values. Nobody is boarding up anything around here, and I guarantee you there won't be any riots in my neighborhood tonight because those riots would end quickly and loudly. Oh, and we have our first election results in. Are you ready for this?
It's journalist Jesse.
There's just no one better.
We love Jesse. He's the best.
Jesse, please kiss my baby. Jesse. Trump leads 61%. He's got 61% in Indiana with 5% reporting in. So obviously pretty much nobody has reported in, and that wasn't near as big a news as I maybe sold it in the beginning. But you bought it, didn't you? But that's true. Those are real numbers. He's leading in Indiana. You know the states we're watching tonight. You already know. North Carolina, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona. I will tell you this. There have been a bunch of reports out of the Trump campaign today. They're feeling very, very confident, and they think they have a shot at picking off a state that people don't see coming. Virginia, New Hampshire, or New Mexico. There's a chance, if tonight goes our way, Trump picks up a shocker, and that would be freaking amazing. Speaking of shocker, let's talk about Dome really quickly because I was brewing on this today. Her campaign manager came out and said this.
It'll be a long day. We don't expect this race to be called early, but we are optimistic that we are literally about to be able to turn the page on Donald Trump.
Literally? Tell me, I need to know, what did literally add to this at all? Please, someone explain to me what adding the word literally, what did it add to this?
It'll be a long day. We don't expect this race to be called early, but we are optimistic that we are literally about to be able to turn the page on Donald Trump.
Didn't change a thing. Didn't add a single thing. Yet this teenage Valley Girl way of talking has taken over our society like the Black Plague. And now people cannot complete sentences without saying the word literally. And I can't take it anymore. In fact, I don't forget mass deportations. I want that to be Trump's first executive order if he's successful tonight. an outright ban on the word until we get things under control and figure out what's going on. It has to stop. But to the substance of what she was talking about.
It'll be a long day. We don't expect this race to be called early, but we are optimistic that we are literally about to be able to turn the page on Donald Trump and install Vice President Harris as the next president of the United States.
Install Vice President Harris? That's an interesting way to put that when you consider she was also installed as the Democrat nominee. A very interesting way to put that. Anyway, let's listen to Oprah and we'll see how they're dialing down the hysteria today.
If we don't show up tomorrow, it is entirely possible that we will not have the opportunity to ever cast a ballot again.
These people are lunatics. And you want to know why Democrat cities are boarded up? It's because of the constant rhetoric like this from Democrats. It really is sad when you think about what they've done to their own people, because we call them commies, and of course they are filthy commies and street animals, but they are God-breathed human beings as well. You know, we want their souls to come alive too and be saved, right? Don't we? But think about what Democrats have done. How awful and evil it is. They take over the public education system where they propagandize these poor kids for most of their lives. And then they move on to colleges where they really, really destroy young minds. One of the greatest, if not the greatest indicator of how you're going to vote is whether or not you have a college degree. So you go to college, you go to communist finishing school, and you learn to really, really, really hate your country. And then once they've shattered you emotionally, mentally, once they've completely broken you, then they are constantly getting onto the news telling people that no one's even going to be allowed to write history books anymore.
We're going down one of two very different paths by perhaps tomorrow morning.
Yes, and that's what, if historians in the future are allowed to write books, and by the way, that question is open this morning, and if people are allowed...
They spend years mentally and emotionally shattering their supporters. And then they say things like your life is at risk if you're a woman and you're not allowed to have an abortion. No one will be allowed to write history books. Oprah, the richest and most powerful woman on the planet, gets up and acts as if there won't be an opportunity to vote ever again. Insane apocalyptic rhetoric, and that's exactly why we've already had 2 Democrats try to murder Donald Trump, and possibly a third. Here's one from Law and Crime. Quote, I have a stolen AR-15. Man threatens to carry out an attack if Donald Trump is elected. They keep catching these people. Why do these things continue to happen? Because we have mentally, spiritually, and emotionally destroyed so many millions of Americans that now they're just broken people sitting around inhaling anti-anxiety medication, and they turn on the television set where they're told lie after lie after lie after lie, and Democrats do it on purpose. They purposely take all the people who listen to them and act as if they're fighting Nazis and it's the end of the world. In fact, Elon Musk went on Joe Rogan's podcast. He actually talked about this a lot. He went into a bit of depth. In fact, I'm going to play you a little bit of that because I thought it was really, really, really well done. Before we get to Elon Musk, let's get to living with pain every day. Friggin' sucks, doesn't it? Back pain is the most common one, but maybe it's your joints, maybe it's your knee and elbow. Maybe you have muscle pain, bicep, who knows? But it just sucks the life out of you. You don't do the things you used to do you? Well, there's Relief Factor. You know that. It's 100% drug-free supplement. It was developed by doctors. You see, your body is trying to fight that pain. It's trying to fight the inflammation. Relief Factor is giving your body a little boost. You take it daily. Take it for 3 weeks and then tell me how that pain is. They sell 3-week kits. If it doesn't work, I don't want you to order anymore. But for $19.95, don't you think it's worth trying? Call 1-800-4-RELIEF or go to relieffactor.com. We'll be back.
The Jesse Kelly Show. On air and online at jessekellyshow.com.
It is the Jesse Kelly Show. Speaking of already gone, how many beers do you think Dome is in already tonight? I realize she's got to give speeches, but keep in mind, this woman is so insanely ambitious. All she's done is ladder climb her entire career. Finally gets tapped to be Joe Biden's vice president. She helps knife him in the ribs and toss him out back. Now this is her big shot, and it looks like it might be a rough one for her. I bet she is guzzling vodkas with Nancy Pelosi. Maybe they're going shot for shot tonight. Maybe they're going shot for shot. What was election night for me, Chris? Well, why do you have to bring it up, Chris? I lost both of them. It wasn't great, okay? I lost 2 congressional runs. Thanks for bringing it up tonight, Chris. That makes me feel great. By the way, the phone lines are open and working. 877-377-4373. Election night was tough because we lost. And it's also, I don't want to say it's difficult because this is just your job as a man. I didn't get to be sad. You know, you don't get to be sad that night, not in front of other people. You have a position of leadership. People have followed you and supported you. And even in a loss, your supporters are looking to you for strength. So no, I didn't go have a bunch of beers. I didn't sit around crying, feeling sorry for myself, certainly not in front of other people. Well, trust me, I did later on that night once the cameras were off and once it was just me and the wife and a couple friends. But in front of other people, you got to put your shoulders back and stand up straight like a man, and you got to be a leader because people need that. And people right now, look, you're probably going through this right now. People are emotional about elections because elections are so important. Look, I love sports. You know, I love sports. I don't watch much of it anymore because I got so disgusted with America's athletes. But I've watched a lot of sports. And when I look back at how I used to react when my sports teams lost when I was a kid, I don't feel great about that. And I love sports. Sports are great. You know, and it's fine to be mad and yell at the TV and the refs suck. But I remember once when I was a kid, Ohio State lost to Michigan. And I was young, granted. I was 7, 8 years old. I went to my room so my dad couldn't see me and I cried. It's not great. It is still sports, right? It's still a game. But what we're dealing with here tonight is not a game. We're dealing with power. It matters a lot. And in fact, let's go to Elon Musk because he was on Joe Rogan's podcast. Again, I was talking about how Democrats have so mentally and emotionally abused and twisted up these people that now Democrats just tell huge lies about everything. It's wild.
Like the flying people hoax.
Obama just said that on stage.
Obama just said that. I was like, what the flying
He doesn't give a He doesn't give a They're just flat out lie. How about the other one where Kamala's campaign used what Trump was saying about protecting women and from illegal immigrants?
Thank you.
You remember that? What he was saying is, if the women like it or not, I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
When he was saying that, they were trying to say that he was taking away women's right to choose whether women like it or not. Like, that's not what he was saying.
Absolutely.
He was literally talking about protecting them from dangerous people that are sneaking in through the border.
Yes, exactly. They'll take like not even a full sentence, like a half a sentence from Trump, and then they'll push it on every ad, every speaking event, every
and it gets
media.
repeated on the news.
Yes.
This is what's crazy. They'll talk about it on these news shows, news shows.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a recent one that came up, which had a lot of people, because a lot of people reached out to me, was like, they're like, oh, Trump says he wants to execute Liz Cheney. I'm like, that is utter bull.
Yeah, I'm not going to play the rest of the whole thing, but I'm glad people are starting to catch on and catch up. I'm glad that, hey, Joe Rogan came out and endorsed Trump. Joe Rogan's not some right-winger, and I don't know Joe. I don't love him. I don't hate him. I don't know him. I've never interacted with him at all, but he's definitely not some hardcore anti-communist by any stretch of the imagination. He was a Bernie Sanders supporter, and he came out and he said, this is ridiculous. Enough is enough. I'm backing Trump. Elon Musk. You know, I'm a cynical human being by nature. I just am. I don't worship politicians, none of them. I don't care about celebrity or billionaires. It's just not how I was raised. That doesn't do anything for me. So I've never been one of these Elon Musk worshiper types. But Elon Musk getting involved in this election the way he has been, pretty freaking cool. Very, very freaking cool. By the way, polls are closing. The first ones are closing in 10 minutes, a little less than 10 minutes from now. Remember, you do not have to change the channel. We are going to update you live throughout the night. We're going to call the races. We're going to pretend to be journalists here, but we are going to keep you updated on everything. Now, I need to do a quick PSA before we get back to the calls and the emails and everything else. 877-377-4373. This is just a little PSA.
Women are doing it. They're outvoting men. They're voted greater numbers. They're leading, I think, households in many ways. I've seen already experiences where I have guys come up to me and say, I really have no choice. My girlfriend will kill me. My wife will kill me if I don't vote for Kamala Harris.
We have a testosterone crisis in this country, and it occurs to me every time I hear Cory Booker speak. And then when Cory Booker says something about men who feel like they have to vote for Kamala Harris, otherwise my wife will kill me, I realize how necessary male vitality stacks from Chalk are. They are something, look, I've run it by Chalk before. Apparently they say this is illegal, but I've been wanting to maybe we could take a male vitality stack from Chalk and put it in one of those planes, the crop duster planes, and just kind of make it an aerosol and drop it, just fly back and forth across the country and drop it. Because if we could get our T levels back up, Democrats would never win another election. And you certainly would never, as a dude, say, I had to vote that way or my girlfriend would be really mad at me. Gosh, that's so freaking embarrassing. Imagine saying that out loud. Anyway, go get a subscription to Chalk. Start a male vitality stack and watch your T levels go up 20% in 90 days. CHOQ.com. Use the promo code Jesse. Save some money. Female vitality stacks, male vitality stacks, the worst. The absolute works. And if you get your T levels up high enough, you'll stop saying the word literally.
It'll be a long day. We don't expect this race to be called early, but we are optimistic that we are literally about to be able to turn the page on Donald Trump and install Vice President Harris as the next president of the United States.
Literally? We're going to literally install Harris? Now, speaking of male voters that I won't call them men. We'll definitely go with male. Listen to this freaking guy.
Who did you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that. I didn't think that I was going to do that, but just their bodies, their choice type of a mentality. I want them to grow up in a world that's welcoming to everybody. That's why I cast my vote today.
Male vitality stacks from Chalk. Now, Chalk aside, let's have a discussion about men who think and talk like that and how it got us to where we are. And we'll get to the emails and the phones and more next hour. All right? Hang on. It is the Jesse Kelly Show, another hour of the Jesse Kelly Show on election night, on game day. In fact, I have a couple updates for you already about that. In fact, we don't have to wait. As a journalist, it's my job to bring you the news.
It's Journalist Jesse.
I'm not playing the whole thing. Indiana and Kentucky have just been called already for Donald Trump. Vermont has already been called for Dome. None of those three results are shocking in any way. None of those are really needle movers. I just told you I would give you the results as we get them. We got them, and there they are. There's also some good news that sounds like bad news out of Milwaukee. So Milwaukee announced that they're not really going to announce anything as far as ballot goes until tomorrow morning. This is all happening in real time. I'm just giving you the real-time updates. What happened there? Well, I know you're already mad. Just calm down for a second. Here's what happened. Whether they tried to pull something illegal or just dumb and inefficient, again, we're never going to know in each and every individual case. They tried to let a bunch of ballots through that shouldn't go through. The RNC, I can't believe how often I've had to give the RNC credit recently. The RNC was all over it, caught it, put the brakes on it, and now they're going to have to go back and recount a bunch of things they already counted. So I know you're frustrated with that kind of stuff. So am I. It should not work that way in a free country. You should not have to wait days and days for election results. It doesn't work that way in a whole lot less sophisticated places in our country. I know you're frustrated. I'm frustrated. But another thing I'm hearing on the good news front is the RNC, the Republicans, the Trump campaign too, are more lawyered up and ready for the nefarious things Democrats pull in elections. They're more lawyered up and ready than we have ever been. Last two elections, we were caught completely flat-footed. It's honestly embarrassing how badly we were caught flat-footed, how unprepared we were. No more. This election, they are catching things. They're stopping things. So be hopeful until it's time to not be hopeful. Look, I'm going to be here live all 3 hours tonight, and then as soon as I'm off the air for radio, I'm getting on the air for TV to do another hour and a half as the results come in. So if you want to watch that, remember, it's on The First TV. The First TV is where it is. You can find it online. It's on your phone. There's an app. It's on DirecTV, Pluto, and Roku, and all a million. It's easy to find The First TV, but you can go watch me. I'll be live as election results come in there, and we're going to walk through this whole thing together. Now, back to this man. Are we going to call the guy a man? We mocked him a little bit, mocked his testosterone, but I'm gonna play this for you again. And I just want you to brew on this when you're saying things like, well, we all need to learn how to get along.
What did you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that. I didn't think that I was going to do that, but just their bodies, their choice type of a mentality. I want them to grow up in a world that's welcoming to everybody. So yeah, that's why I cast my vote today.
I am a father of 2 sons, as you know, James and Luke. They are everything to me. You know how much I love my little buddies. And I know this probably sounds weird, or maybe it doesn't. I'm already looking forward to having grandkids. I'm 43, and boys, please don't have any babies yet. They're only 15 and 16. I think, what is it, 14 and 16? I don't remember. Anyway, they're teenage boys. But I'm going to be at every T-ball game. I'm going to spend so much time fishing with my grandsons or granddaughters, whatever they are. I'm going to be at every stupid choir thing. I'm going to be at everything. I can't wait to be a grandpa. I have loved being a dad more than I ever even thought I would, and I thought I would love it, and I can't wait to be a grandpa. I don't know how to relate to a man who votes for Kamala Harris so his daughters will be able to abort their babies one day. who votes Democrat so his daughters can kill his grandchildren. And this comes back to something I've talked about before about not allowing my sons to vote to date Democrats. They're not allowed. Now, obviously, when they grow up and move away, they'll end up they can do what they want, but don't bring one is not welcome in my home. You are not to marry one, because I want you to think about that guy's daughters. It's not their fault, obviously. They have a weak, evil demon as a father, but what are those girls going to turn out like? Daddy's example? Think about the conversations they have about right from wrong, politics, culture. Think about what these girls are learning from their father.
Who did you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that. I didn't think that I was going to do that, but just their bodies, their choice type of a mentality. I want them to grow up in a world that's welcoming to everybody. That's why I cast my vote today.
How pathetic. And that actually brings me to this email. Hey, Jesse, I respect where pro-lifers are coming from, but it's an objective fact that the majority of the country supports abortion, especially in swing states. So if Trump loses, we can directly point to abortion/women causing it. It's not acceptable to whine that it was stolen or about cheating when we know why Trump lost. No one forces Republicans to take this unpopular stance. You choose to do it. So if you want to die on the Hill, do it with honor. No idea what you're discussing at all. And in fact, everything you just said, this is what people do in politics. People do this whenever there's a loss, whenever they lose. I don't think Trump is going to lose tonight. I think it's going to be a huge win. But whenever there's a loss, people will take the ones they dislike and blame them every single time. It was this group. It was that group. It was this group. It was that group. And what you just said is incredibly dumb. I won't even get to the morality of it. It's incredibly dumb. Republicans shouldn't take a pro-life stance, and if Trump loses, it's because of that. Trump didn't take a pro-life stance. The Republicans eliminated pro-life language from its platform for the first time in my lifetime. Donald Trump's own wife published a pro-abortion book last month. Donald Trump couldn't possibly have given Democrats any more on the issue than he already gave them. And here you are blaming pro-lifers if there's a loss. That's not the position Trump took at all. But it shows you how people think about politics. You take a group you dislike, and whenever there's a loss, you say, look, it's their fault. It's how people do it every single time. When there's a win in politics, like tonight, if Donald Trump ends up having this huge win, people will all own it. Even people who didn't do anything. People who didn't do anything but complain online, they will say, yeah, we did it. I knew we could do it. I was a huge part of it. What's that great JFK saying? And I think he stole it from someone else. Victory has 1,000 fathers, but defeat is an orphan. You wait. If Trump wins tonight, every Tom, Dick, and Harry who didn't lift a finger tomorrow will be taking credit for it. And if Trump loses tonight or in the coming days, if Trump loses, it'll be just like this guy. People will find a group they're angry at that they already dislike and say, look, it's their fault. Donald Trump ran away from the life issue in order to win this election. So if he loses this election, there's no blaming pro-lifers. Democrats are just going to lie about it anyway, which they did. Doesn't matter what position you take on the issue. They're going to lie to women about it, and a bunch of brain-dead single women on anti-anxiety meds are going to believe them. So you can take a stance, be pro-life, be not pro-life. It's your business. I'm not telling you one way or the other, but don't blame pro-lifers. I'll tell you that much. All right, let's do a couple more emails, some other things. Hang on.
Fighting for your freedom every day. USA! USA! The Jesse Kelly Show.
It is the Jesse Kelly Show on a Tuesday, reminding you can email the show, email the show. Don't call the phone number to email the show. You can email the show, jesse@jessekellyshow.com. We'll also be checking the voicemails throughout the night, and a reminder about the polls and when they close. 7 p.m. Eastern, which was 20 minutes ago. Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont. The polls all closed there. 7:30 Eastern. These are all Eastern times. I don't know why we have to use the times in that garbage time zone where the sports games start at like midnight and you can never stay up and watch one before work. Anyway, 7:30 Eastern time. Another important swing state in here. North Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia. Then a big one, 8 p.m. Eastern. Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee. Obviously, Pennsylvania is going to stand out in that group. Pay attention to New Hampshire. There is a chance, I don't even know that I should say there's a chance. Trump's team thinks they have a chance to take New Hampshire. If you're one of those people looking for early indicators, how this thing's going to go, how's it going? I'm not saying we have to win New Hampshire to win the presidency. I'm not saying that at all. But if we win New Hampshire, it's very difficult to believe Donald Trump is going to lose the election. So that's something to watch out for. Just want to make sure everyone's looking. If you're watching me do the radio show on the simulcast, you may notice that I have a cheeseburger and fries here. This is from, well, it's a little place I like to call heaven, also known as In-N-Out Burger. You see, Chris, I'm not going to deal with your attitude right now. In-N-Out Burger is delicious. Anyway, my lovely wife, Aubrey, she decided to go to In-N-Out Burger, and she brought me a cheeseburger and fries. Maybe you're sitting there thinking, yeah, but you can't eat that on the air. And that's where you would be wrong. I most definitely can eat that on the air, and it's delicious. And I want everyone to know that Jewish producer Chris has such disdain for In-N-Out Burger, he didn't even order something. And it was free. Do you have any idea? Do you have any idea what it takes to get Chris to turn down free food? Really, anything free. You could offer Chris free used toilet paper, and he would probably take it. I mean, free is you say free, it's like someone's in a desert dying of thirst, and you offer them a fresh glass of water. When you say the word free, Chris's entire world lights up, and he was offered a free cheeseburger and fries from the greatest fast food cheeseburger and fries you can get your hands on. And he turned it down. How embarrassing for you, Chris. How embarrassing for you. Hello, Jesse. Would I be accurate if I said a vote for Kamala Harris is a pro-Palestine and anti-Israel, therefore anti-American at the same time, asking for a friend? Okay, so you understand what happened with the Democrats in Israel, right? Here's what happened. For the longest time, they took Jewish votes in the country for granted because 2/3 of Jews just voted Democrat every single time in the country. But something was happening behind the scenes. It's actually it's what has happened to the entire Democrat Party. What I'm about to say, it actually doesn't have anything to do with Israel, really. The Democrat Party has been changing right in front of your eyes, right in front of my eyes, even if we didn't fully realize it and accept it. The Democrat Party was not always the America Sucks Party. If you know an older Democrat, they don't hate the country most of the time. Sometimes they do. You get to one of these East Coast strongholds. Sometimes they do, but most of the time they're blue-collar types, maybe a retired firefighter. But while those people were still voting Democrat every time, a real strain of communism, of demonic communism, was beginning to grow on America's university campuses. And these young communists They don't have anything in common with JFK. To be honest, they don't have anything in common with a guy even like Bill Clinton, who I'm obviously not a big fan of. They hate this place. And there is a view, this goes actually along why they opened up the border. Why would you do that? Part of the reason they do that is communists believe in burning everything down because they believe if someone has something, they only have it at the expense of the person who does not. So when it comes to immigration, why would they throw open the borders and let all these barbarians here? Well, they don't think it's right that we have a sovereign, good country of citizens. Because after all, these barbarians who come from all over the planet, they should be able to completely pick apart the carcass of this country if they want, and you shouldn't be allowed to stop them. That's how they think. When it comes to Israel, why are so many Democrats, especially young Democrats, the numbers are overwhelming. If you are a young Democrat, you profess undying love for Palestine and you hate Israel. Why? Is it because they know something about it? Do they know anything about the history about it? Or is it even because they hate Jews? It's really actually not that. I mean, there's some of that, of course, but it's really not that at all. In fact, it doesn't even have anything to do with Palestine. Israel in that area is the most modern, wealthiest, civilized country in the area. They represent civilization in a place that has been rocky for quite some time. For a communist to have a modern, wealthy, safe, civilized society, that means you're evil. It's actually not pro-Palestine. It's not anti-Jew. It's anti-civilization. And that strain is slowly but surely taking over the entire Democrat Party. They hate civilization. The same people who open the borders, they're the same people who pretend to be pro-Palestine. They don't give a crap about Palestine or Palestinians at all. It's anti-civilization. The great destroyers, the destroyers of everything. All right, do some more emails, maybe some voicemails. I'm going to eat my cheeseburger and more. Next. It is the Jesse Kelly Show on Election Day. Put a smile on your face, and we have an update. Not exactly a world-shaking update by any stretch of the imagination, but I promised you updates as the results came in, and they came in for West Virginia. West Virginia, courtesy of Barack Obama, has gone from a blue state to one of the reddest states in the union, and they already called the race for Trump in West Virginia. Now, I need to explain something for you hardcore politicos. This may be a little too dumbed down for you, but everyone gets into politics at different times. So I just want to explain a couple basics about tonight as you're watching things come in and how and why they call races. All right. So let's power positive thinking this whole thing. Let's say Donald Trump is going to win Virginia. Not sure if that's going to happen, but let's say he does. Maybe tonight you'll be hate watching CNN or something like that so you can watch all the commies cry up there. Maybe you'll be hate watching CNN and you'll see with 44% of the vote in, they called West Virginia. And they called they called Virginia. This didn't happen. Again, this is a made-up scenario. Don't get excited. With 44% of the vote in, Virginia has been called for Donald Trump. And you're looking and you see Donald Trump, he's not even up in Virginia. He's down 48 to 47. And maybe you're sitting there looking at that saying, how could they call that? How could they know? Well, they know, people who dig into elections, they know which areas have reported. You see, all the areas don't report. Every county doesn't report at the same time or the same pace. In Arizona, the biggest county, the county where Phoenix is, Maricopa County, they're the slowest county in the state. They're going to report a lot slower than the other counties. So anyway, they know which counties report, and they know generally which way most counties are going to go, whether or not they're red or they're blue. So when there is a call in the race and the numbers aren't adding up to you, how could they call it for Trump when there's only 5% of the vote in? Well, they know where the votes that are still to be counted, they know where they're coming from, and they know generally how those votes are going to land, and that is why you're going to see so many calls of this and calls of that. And I will say, as much as we have complained about networks calling this, Fox News got a bunch of crap for calling Arizona probably too early, if we're being frank, when Trump lost to Biden there. But I don't remember, trying to think, I'm sure it's happened, but I don't remember a time in my lifetime of studying politics, which is, I was in my 20s when I started, so 20 years. I don't remember a time in my political life where I saw a network, even the gross ones, call a race and then have to reverse it. Because it looks so bad. It looks so unprofessional for them. So in general, if they're calling it, if you see them calling a race, they probably know. So that's what you're going to see tonight. And when we say this has been called, it's because somebody called it. Let's do some voicemails.
Hey, Jesse. My name's Tammy, and I am doing my civic duty by heading to the polls this morning at 6 a.m., and I'm going to be there till at least 8 or 9 p.m., balancing out, reconciling our votes, and doing my civic duty. So please, everyone, please come out and vote today.
That's how you save a country. Lady gave up her entire day, hours and hours and hours and hours, getting off the couch and getting involved. And again, credit to you if you got off the couch and you got involved. And for most people, there's still time. Maybe you're sitting there, maybe you're feeling a little guilt, maybe it wasn't you. Your phone still works, doesn't it? Look, if you have a Pure Talk phone, they're on the same 5G network as the big guys. So now's the time to put that patriotic cell phone company to use in the business of patriotism. Text a friend with your Pure Talk phone. Call a friend with your Pure Talk phone. And you know the call will go through. And while you're doing all that, maybe on your way down to the polls, why don't you pick up the phone and dial pound 250 and switch to Pure Talk if you haven't already. You can take that cell phone with your garbage cell phone company like Verizon, and you can speak on the phone for 10 minutes and switch. You keep your phone. You keep your number. You have time. Switch to Pure Talk. Dial pound 250 and say Jesse Kelly. Speaking of getting involved, my buddy Ryan Gradusky, maybe this will give you a little extra motivation. He had this to say today.
History is made by people who show up, not by people who complain and yell at the television. Nothing you could do with that. If you go home, if tonight the election comes out, Kamala Harris has won, and you sit there and say, did I do everything that I could have done? Did I do anything to reach out to anybody? And if the answer is no, then you only have yourself to blame. People didn't take the country, you gave it up. And that is so important for men who have been told constantly to sit down. A woman is speaking who's been told the future is female, that they don't have a place in it, who told that their children aren't their own, who have every institutional organization working against them constantly and telling them to speak speak softer, be more feminine, step aside for another group.
Get out there and do something about it. The communists are never going to give you power. You have to take it from them. They're never going to look at all the power they have and say, oh, this is unfair. Maybe I should share some of this. They don't have that way of thinking at all. Go take their power away. Jesse, I'm wondering why no one is talking about the reason Democrats are so pro-abortion with no limits. I believe their goal is to groom the American people into accepting population control, such as communist China. I don't know that you're necessarily wrong about that, but remember, Democrats are at least the modern ones today, they're communists. What are communists? We talk about it a lot. What did Solzhenitsyn call them? The enemies of humanity. They've been called anti-humans by many, 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 many people, including me. What it comes down to is when you have a society run by demons, and we're not the first one that's been run by demons, child sacrifice has always been part of it. In Phoenician societies, and the Aztec societies, and various societies throughout history turn into devil-worshipping societies, and the kids die because the kids are the most innocent. Yes, that's a good point, Chris. West Virginia, they also flipped a Senate seat. Now, this is not shocking to anyone paying attention, but remember, Joe Manchin, he's the Democrat. He had that seat in Virginia, and then Joe Manchin announced he was retiring, he was done, he was giving it up. West Virginia's Republican Jim Justice, they already called it. Now, this is not surprising, but it is a pickup seat. Remember, the Democrats have the narrowest of narrow majorities in the Senate. And no matter what happens with the presidency tomorrow or tonight, in the coming days, sadly it's not just tonight, there's a very, very, very good chance we will have the Senate because we are going to pick up a seat in West Virginia. We are going to pick up a seat in Montana. John Tester has been a Democrat in Montana, and there's this Navy SEAL Sheehy. Believe me, he's going to disappoint you. But there's this Navy SEAL Sheehy running as a Republican up there, and he'll be a lot better than Tester is, and he is expected to win. He is comfortably ahead at least in the polls. Now, that doesn't mean you sit out if you're listening to Montana. I know we have a bunch of people who do. Doesn't mean you sit out, stand in line, and make sure, because you never know. Remember, these are the psychopaths we're up against.
We're going down one of two very different paths by perhaps tomorrow morning.
Yes, and that's what, if historians in the future are allowed to write books, and by the way, that question is open this morning, and if people are allowed to go on television and say what they think in the future, which again, that question is open this morning, in the future, historians are going to
go vote like you need to take these people out of power because you do. All right, we need a little break from this. Remember the crazy guy who told us like the end is near and all that stuff? Oh, he called back. You want some more? Hang on.
He doesn't care if you believe him, but he's right. Jesse Kelly.
It is the Jesse Kelly Show on an election night, and I want to remind you that polls are closing in 10 minutes in Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee, and we will continue updating you as things are coming in. I also have... I don't even know that I want to call it necessarily news, but I guess it's kind of news, and I know this kind of stuff interests you on election night because we're all here. We're all wanting updates. So one of the better election sites out there, and no, I'm not affiliated with them in any way, is Decision Desk. It's Decision Desk HQ. They're just really, really, really good at this stuff. Really good at the results, really good at predicting things. They just came out, this just happened right before we got back. They just came out and said there is a 69% chance, according to their model, that Trump is going to win Georgia. That is a big deal. If Trump wins Georgia, remember, here's what the Trump campaign strategy is. This is what you need to be looking out for, and then we'll get back to some other things here. We'll get to Crazy Guy. I know I promised you Crazy Guy. I'm going to get to him. Trump needs to hold the Sun Belt. He needs to sweep the Georgias and Arizonas of the world, those kind of southern Sun Belt swing states. And his chances in those states have looked really, really strong. His polling, his team has felt he's looked strong there. So the idea, the thinking is the path back to the White House for Trump is sweep the Sun Belt states where he does look strong, and then if he does that, he only needs one of the big three. The big three being Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Wisconsin. That was a long-winded way of saying, unless there's some surprise in the Sun Belt, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, those are the three states you need to glue your eyeballs to tonight, because those are going to be the states that very likely determine who's going to the White House. If Kamala Harris holds all three of those states, yeah, there's a path to victory, but it's not really a likely one, because if he loses all three of those states, then he would have to break off, the New Hampshires and New Mexicos. He'd have to get all those. It's not likely. So again, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, stay on it, because there are already some things going on in Wisconsin. We're not going to know Wisconsin most likely tonight. All right. Crazy Guy, part 3. He called. We had to cut it up a little and edit out some cuss words, but here he was.
Now what, Chris? Can you do that? That's 528. That's healing frequency. Yeah, Jesus gonna save.
Hold on. I feel like I can do that. Hold on, Chris. What are you saying I don't have healing frequency? Listen to this again.
Now what?
Whoa. Chris, I'm doing it. I am so... No, what do you mean it's too low? It is not... Whoa. Look at that. I can see you healing right now in front of my eyes, Chris.
Whoa. Now what, Chris? Can you do that? That's 528. That's healing frequency. Yeah, Jesus gonna save you. Gnash your teeth and say Jesus. Because there's no J in the Hebrew or the Greek. They made up the J hook like 500 years ago and took away your supernatural power. Yeah, that's why you have to have a pea shooter.
Is he saying you had supernatural power, Chris? Is this because you're Jewish, or is he talking to me? One of us, I feel like one of us has supernatural powers and we lost them, which is devastating.
You have no power. I got fiery angels in camp about me. Yeah, bud. What do I need a gun for, big shot? You're still in the sandbox, boy. You better read your Bible. You need to get to the higher plane. He's not telling you what socks to put on in the morning. You're not there yet, bud. You got to be supernatural power packed.
The Jewish people lost their supernatural powers, and that's why you need IFCJ now to support them, because this guy He just informed us that their supernatural powers were taken away 500 years ago. Chris, I don't know what you people did to deserve it, but you lost those. And so now the IFCJ has to be the superpowers for the people of Israel as they're under attack. Because they can no longer deflect rockets with their minds, they need bomb shelters. Because bullets don't bounce off of them anymore, they need flak jackets. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is here to take up the slack for the loss of superpowers. Go help them in any way you can. Call them 888-488-IFCJ or go to supportifcj.org. Without superpowers, it's the only chance they have. Go do what you can. Hi, Jesse. My name is Sarah, and I'm a 42-year-old single woman who lives in the free state of Florida. I'm also an English teacher and a history teacher to 7th through 12th graders. Though I don't have a family of my own, maybe someday if God allows. Oh, lady, you're going to get a family. Trust me. Any dime out there teaching kids, somebody's going to scarf you up. I feel so privileged to be able to pour my life into my students and share my passion, especially for history with them. Your history segments are always so interesting to listen to, and I enjoy sharing them with my students, obviously taking all the credit for knowing the information. You are truly an inspiration. I'm so thankful to have your show to help me get through my day. Thank you for always speaking the truth. Well, she has wonderful taste, Chris. Wonderful taste. Don't shake your head, Chris. Don't shake your head. I'm still angry. I'm still angry about the literally thing from the Harris campaign manager. So let's focus on something good. This is former VP Press Secretary Mark Lauder on CNN. Listen to this.
The math doesn't work. The Democrats are down 1.7 million early votes in the battleground states. In urban areas, they are down 1.4 million votes in the battleground states. Among women voters, rural voters have overperformed early by 300,000. Democrats have to win their races early. Republicans generally win them on Election Day. And the margins don't add up right now for the Democrats in any of these battleground states.
This is part of why I'm so hopeful and part of why I'm in such a good mood. I'll tell you, remember when I lost my congressional races, plural? You know, I lost to Gabrielle Giffords by 4,000 votes. Did you know that I crushed her on Election Day? Demolished her. But she won so many early votes, she ended up with more votes than I did. That's how it's always gone with Democrats. They win the early vote, and then Republicans win Election Day votes, and they come hopefully all the way back. That's the idea. We're going to go into Election Day. We're going to be down. Now we're going to get those Election Day votes and come all the way back. The numbers right now are amazing. And I don't want to count my chickens. And we are going to tell you as the results come in. And we're going to keep you updated on all this stuff. But from the other side of this, setting issues aside and everything else, if you're a Democrat right now looking at the numbers, you're looking at the people who voted. I'm not talking about poll numbers. Forget poll numbers. That's over now. Now it's about getting the votes out. If you're a Democrat looking at the numbers of Democrats versus Republicans, you are petrified right now. Because as of right now, in what time is it? I have to do Eastern time. It's 7:57 Eastern, even though I don't live in that garbage time zone. It's 7:57 Eastern time. If you're looking at the numbers right now and you're a Democrat, the numbers of people who have voted, it looks like it's going to be a bloodbath for you. Not a loss, a bloodbath. And a bloodbath means not just the presidency. You get wiped out of the Senate, wiped out of the House, and you maybe lose a bunch of races in purple states you weren't supposed to. Anyway, we still have another hour. Hang on. It is the Jesse Kelly Show, final hour of the Jesse Kelly Show on election night. Remember, as soon as this show is over, I will be moving over to The First TV, where I will continue another hour and a half of election coverage. I need to give you a heads up because we had race calls in the past few minutes. None of them surprising. None of them are things you need to freak out about. Dome has already won Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts. Trump has already won Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Oklahoma, and Tennessee, and there will be more of that to come. Like I said, I'm going to keep you updated on as much as I possibly, well, on everything, because we are tracking absolutely everything. No need to change the channel. Trash in Tennessee, go.
Well, hey there. How are you?
Not going to work. Okay, anyway, Google claims it fixed a discrepancy showing poll locations for Harris searches, but not Trump. Just, if we win tonight, if we have a big, big win tonight, and we take back a bunch of power, I understand what I'm about to say. It'll be controversial, of course, and I understand it has to be handled the right way. But we are going to have to do what the right has been against doing for a long time, and we are going to have to use our power to break up some of this evil communist network that has been growing and growing in our country. The media, Google, FBI. There are powerful organizations out there committing acts that are criminal, if not civil. They're doing very, very, very bad things. And we are going to have to stop with the live and let live crap. No more can we all get along. Bad people are going to have to be punished, or we can't fix this place. It cannot be another 4 years of, well, I mean, we don't want to act like they are. It can't. That's not going to work at all. Because here, let's look at it this way. We have been poisoned. We have been poisoned by communism. We have, through years and years of their activism and our neglect, we have allowed this poison to work its way through every single part of our body. Now we are going to have to get it out. We are going to have to remove it from ourselves. And that is not going to always be pleasant. That is not going to always look pleasant. I brought up earlier Elon on Rogan. I wanted you to hear this part too.
Exactly what they're saying Trump is going to do if he gets into office.
They're doing all the things that they accuse Trump of doing.
Yeah. Openly. Yeah.
I mean, the sheer number of hoaxes that the Democratic Party is pushing over and over again. And it's like, look, I understand like politicians are going to, exaggerate. They're going to misspeak, and they'll tell occasional, untruths, whatever. That's how it is in politics. But when you have deliberate, concerted, repeated pushing of hoaxes, you're like, wait a second, like, come on, man, this is too far.
And you're supposed to be the good guys.
You're supposed to, and you claim to be the good guy.
Too far. All right, let's do some emails. Jesse. Today, my 4-year-old daughter chose a Three Musketeers from her bag of Halloween candy for dessert. So many choices, but she chose that. My wife said, "Oh, that's one of my favorites, but Milky Way is the best." Man alive, what have you done? What have you done in raising your daughter? Who would ever choose a Three Musketeers? Urchin Stomper. Harris uses our tax dollars for her campaign when she flies nonstop every day on Air Force Two. The cost must be huge. How is this acceptable? God bless you and your family. Well, there's a thing about presidential politics that has always been understood. The President of the United States of America is going to be flying on Air Force One while he campaigns for re-election. The Vice President of the United States of America is going to be flying on Air Force Two. They're going to be flying with the full complement of Secret Service agents, as long as they're Democrats and not Republicans. They're going to be flying with their staffers. And is it a crossing the line when it comes to campaign money. By the letter of the law, it kind of is. But it's understood that the president needs the extra protections of Air Force One, of Air Force Two. So, yeah, it's kind of dirty, makes you feel dirty, but I get it. I totally get it.
They're going to lose. They're definitely going to lose. And when they do, what is it are they going to try and pull? That's what I want to know. What kind of happy horse crap are they going to try next? Because they won't go away quietly. You damn well know that.
They probably won't go away quietly. Remember, Jamie Raskin has floated this idea publicly more than once. He's not kidding.
It's going to be up to us on January 6, 2025 to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody in civil war conditions, all because the 9 justices, not all of them, but these justices who have not many cases to look at every year, not that much work to do, a huge staff, great protection, simply do not want to do their job and interpret what the great 14th Amendment means. And I'm glad that Sherilyn's creating her new center so we can bring that.
That was not a one-off. He basically said the same thing on Bill Maher. This is the difference between Republicans and Democrats. Republicans love to navel gaze. They love to explain to you and me why they have no choice but to go along with the latest outrage. There are a million examples, so I shouldn't even pick on just him. But every time Mike Johnson gets up, well, I had no choice but to fully fund the government and the FBI and all the evil things. I had no choice. I really had no choice. I 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 had no choice. We had to wait till after the election. I can't do this, and we can't shut it down. That would be wrong. We can't. I can't. You can't. I can't. No one can. That's the Republican. That's how Republicans talk. That's how Republicans think. Democrats don't think in those ways at all. Democrats understand that we are playing a political game of power here and that you have to go all in all the time. I can see them not certifying the election. And I've had people email in and say, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. But that's not good. That is not good at all. I don't even know where you go from there when you have a lame duck Democrat president, a lame duck VP. They lost the election. They won't certify the election. Almost undoubtedly, some Supreme Court justice is going to have to step in or something like that, but that's not good.
Yeah, curious about this election. Illegals voting. It's a felony for them to vote. Is it also a felony for election interference? You don't need to try to get evidence. They're already on the voter roll, and they already did vote. Any way to get them prosecuted and deported?
See, this is the problem. We think small. And I'm not criticizing the guy who left the voicemail, but, well, can't we, if they vote illegally, can't we get them deported? They should all be deported anyway, whether they voted or didn't vote. Yeah, I always have to hear about, well, not the law-abiding ones. I mean, he's been here paying taxes for 10 years. Yes, he's been squatting illegally in my country for 10 years. Pack up your stuff and leave. He should be arrested and deported. That is not radical. It's not barbaric. People accuse me of being Genghis Khan and all kinds of different things. That's how countries handle immigration. You're not allowed to come in illegally. If you do and you're caught, you're arrested and deported. That's not a right-wing position. That's how countries do these things. It's crazy to me. Anyway, maybe the whole country needs some chalk. In fact, the whole country does. I wish I could put the whole country on chalk. Maybe chocolate powder. Every single person starting their day with the endless vitamins and minerals in chocolate powder. Maybe chocolate powder would be enough. You know they have a huge discount right now on subscriptions. Natural herbal supplements. I personally take a male vitality stack every day. I've been taking it for, I think, 3 years now. I feel like $1 million, like a different person. My energy is just through the roof. My mind works so much better, although that doesn't come across on the radio. Go get a subscription. Take it for 90 days and you will feel good again. CHOQ.com, promo code Jesse, or call them, text them, 50-CHUCK-3000. We'll be back. It is the Jesse Kelly Show on election night. Results are still coming in different places. I have some bad news, not surprising news at all, so don't pick your chin up, but some bad news out of Virginia. Hung Cao was his name. He's a Republican, refugee from Vietnam. His family, refugees from Vietnam. Hung Cao was running against Tim Kaine there for Senate. They just called that race for Tim Kaine. Tim Kaine is a really, really, really bad guy, and that's not ideal, but it's also not anything, we didn't see coming. Virginia is Virginia. Does that mean Trump can't win Virginia? No, not at all. Not at all. Trump has been overperforming overperforming versus the Republicans down ballot. Still a possibility he could do that, but it's something we have to talk about for sure. Anyway.
So, Oracle, when you go bald, are you going to wax that thing? McGuire's would be my recommendation. Was listening to Clay and Buck. Those fools were talking about celebrating tonight, and Buck was talking about a pistachio creme brulee. Dude, are you sure he's on chalk? Because ain't no straight man eating that kind of stuff if they're really on chalk.
Listen, we have to have a talk about Buck Sexton, okay? Buck is my friend, and he is a close friend. He's not just like a work acquaintance. He's a close friend. We talk off here. Buck is one of the very few people in this business I find to be funny. Really, there aren't very many funny people in politics, and mostly it's just yelling and screaming, bah, 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 the world's going to end. There's a lot of that, which is what I never liked. But Buck makes me crack up. Very few people in politics make me crack up. Buck does. Buck is also a real true believer, and you're hearing that from me. It's not an act. A lot of people who do this, radio, TV, that kind of political stuff, it's a total put on. They're just in it for the fame or the money or whatever. Buck really, really genuinely loves the United States of America. Genuinely. All that said, Buck makes a lot of life decisions that don't make any sense to me at all. None. Even if you happen to like pistachio creme brulee, which I didn't know that was even a thing, why would you tell people that? I would lie. I feel like I would have to lie, but Buck is also not a liar. And maybe he should start. Maybe he should start lying. And full disclosure, I bet pistachio creme brulee is quite delicious. I bet it is, Chris. I bet it is. Dr. J, I'm very active in my local politics. I'm a deputy precinct chair in my county. I knock on doors. I'm a poll observer. I was observing a polling site. A father, mother, daughter came to vote. It was the daughter's first time voting. It was obvious the daughter had some type of mental capacity issues. When she was asked to verify her address, she burst into tears and had a complete meltdown. Her parents were very caring. The poll workers were very polite. After about 20 minutes, she calmed down, was able to give her address. Do you think there should be limits on voting for people with mental handicap issues? I asked this question in my office this morning, got some interesting feedback. Well, one, you can't ban the mentally handicapped from voting, or Democrats would never be allowed to vote. That's one. Two, on a more serious note, people with these mental issues, we'll call them special needs folks, who knows, whatever those issues may be, because there's a lot of that out there. Those people deserve a say in the country too. They do. Look, if every single Tom, Dick, and Harry who turns 18 now gets to participate in the election process, don't tell me the little girl suffering from autism doesn't get to vote when she turns 18. If we're allowing every 18-year-old to vote, then let's allow every 18-year-old to vote. But this is the problem. This is a huge part of the problem when it comes to standards and lack thereof. If you told the founding fathers that every single citizen of the country would get to vote as soon as they turned 18, they would not have even bothered fighting the revolution. They would have thought that was insane. But civics are so broken in this country that people actually believe that's what they would want. They didn't want that at all. There's a reason it was landowners. They believed you had to be physically invested in the country. If you told the founders that half the electorate, they're on welfare, if you told them that, they would look around and ask, why in the world did we even bother fighting the revolution? That's crazy. But people have such a hard time, especially in the West. And a lot of this comes back to, our Christian founding, which is good. We like that. That's a good thing. But it's been twisted and abused to where Westerners oftentimes are afraid to have standards. They're afraid to tell people no. No, you can't. Well, why couldn't I? Why shouldn't I? No, because I don't want you here. No. But people don't like to say no. This goes back to, honestly, I was half joking, but I was really being serious when I talked about the corporate Halloween parties. Remember that last week? You know why they happen? No one wants them. Nobody wants them. Nobody enjoys the corporate Halloween party. It's not something that happens. No one wants to go out on a Wednesday night and dress up like Darth Vader and it's hot and just, no. When you're not 15, it's not fun anymore. No one wants to do it. So why does it happen all over the place? Because people in major corporations lack a jerk like me to say no. So when Tina from sales sets up and says, I'd love to plan a Halloween party and we'll all go to Chuck E. Cheese and it'll be so fun. Woo! Nobody wants to tell Tina to pipe down, go back to work. We're not having a Halloween party. That sounds crappy. Everyone wants to be nice all the time, and you can't nice your way into preserving a good society. You simply cannot. Not on any level. You can't nice your way into preserving a company. You can't nice your way into preserving a country. When you try to do that, you end up with legions and legions of voters who think, talk, and act like this.
Who did you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that. I didn't think that I was going to do that, but just their bodies, their choice type of a mentality. I want them to grow up in a world that's welcoming to everybody. So yeah, that's why I cast my vote today.
University of Michigan's Department to host art therapy and post-election processing event. We are pathetically soft because we've been nice for far too long. All right, we have more. We'll give you some updates next.
easy. The Lactation Network connects.
It is the Jesse Kelly Show on a Tuesday on an election night, and Trump went after Fox News, and it was a pretty fair attack, to be honest with you.
Actually, I'm disappointed. I think Oprah's become a major divider in our country, and I think, frankly, she should be ashamed of herself. And you know who else should be ashamed? Fox. Because I've seen Oprah on Fox about 50 times making the same statement, and I think it's a disgrace what Fox does, because everyone thinks Fox is so pro-Trump. They're not pro-Trump at all. They've put Oprah on all morning long. That's all I see is Oprah.
Fox has problems at the top. I'll put it to you that way. Major problems at the top. It's not the way it used to be. Shoot, I'm flat out banned, I think, at this point in time from Fox. But, yeah, I mean, how do you give this woman a platform whenever she wants it?
If we don't show up tomorrow, it is entirely possible that we will not have the opportunity to ever cast a ballot again.
Even if you're a huge Oprah fan, even if you're a Democrat, no matter who you are, that's insane. Every part of that is insane. It's not grounded in any kind of fact or logic. How do you platform that person? She should go to MSNBC so she can pretend to be Cory Booker's girlfriend.
Women are doing it. They're outvoting men. They're voted greater numbers. They're leading, I think, households in many ways. I've seen already experiences where I have guys come up to me and say, I really have no choice. My girlfriend will kill me. My wife will kill me if I don't vote for Kamala Harris.
I have some more good news I should note. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are currently neck and neck in Virginia. Arkansas has been called for Trump, but Trump is neck and neck with Harris in Virginia. And he doesn't need Virginia, keep in mind. But Virginia is one of those states that if he takes it, he's going to be president. Because if he takes Virginia, he is 100% taking at least one of the three important states: Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. He has a less than a percentage point lead, and I'm guessing in the end he will have lost Virginia. But that really doesn't matter, because if he's that close in Virginia, they're in very serious trouble. He's also, because they're starting to track a lot of these things, a lot of these numbers are starting to come in, and you should know every single number so far. Trump is overperforming where he was last time, and Democrats are underperforming. I just saw a stat. I'm not gonna pull it up right now, but Trump is destroying with Latino men. In fact, I got this text. Let me read it for you. I want to read it verbatim from my buddy earlier, my Mexican buddy. This is what he said. I'm reading it verbatim. Now, before I read it, his entire family, most of them have been traditional Democrats. Very conservative socially, all Catholics, but again, it's Mexicans. They're all Mexicans. They've traditionally voted Democrat. Here's what he sent me today. My mom, dad, sister, brother-in-laws all voted Republican down the ticket. One sister did not. On my in-laws' side, they're also Mexican, I should note. On my in-laws' side, everyone voted straight Republican, even my mother-in-law. Latinos are showing up. That's the text message he sent me a couple hours ago. Now, that's yet another group where, man, it's looking really good. It's looking really, really, really good. So, I don't know. Let's work on our frequencies, I guess.
Now what, Chris? Can you do that? That's 528. That's healing frequency. Yeah, Jesus going to save you.
Interesting. Very interesting. Jesse, under the current federal law, once an illegal steps foot on our soil, they are guaranteed due process. That means every illegal must have an investigation into their situation before they can be deported. How long do you think it would take to adjudicate 14 million illegals? Mass deportation currently would be unconstitutional. Your thoughts? His name is, he said I can use his name. His name is Nathan. Well, forget about unconstitutional. They are going to throw every single monkey wrench into any kind of significant deportation if we do have a resounding victory tonight. Let's get way ahead of our skis and let's say, okay, Trump's going to win it, and we're going to have the House and we're going to have the Senate. Will the border be secured almost immediately? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. That will happen. And that's reason enough to go out and vote for Trump. At least it was reason enough for me. Now, as far as deportations go, are they going to start removing the worst of the worst? Of course. But people think when people vote for president, this is why I encourage everyone so much to focus more legally, locally, state, local elections. People get themselves confused where they're voting for president and they think they can just walk into office and do whatever they want. That Trump can just walk in and decide, no, we're doing this, no, we're doing that. We have a huge separation of powers in this country, and we have so many. Look, let's just focus on the judges. How many crazy commie judges have gone through the crazy commie legal system, and now they sit in a position of power? How many times have you picked up a headline, picked up a newspaper, and saw a headline that said something to the effect of, judge in New Mexico puts a stop to fill in the blank, whatever kind of Republican effort there was. The efforts to kneecap, slow down, and stop mass deportation will dwarf anything you have ever seen before. Doesn't mean we can't try. Doesn't mean we shouldn't try. We better try or we can't save this place. But like I said before, even if we have a huge night tonight, well, the struggle continues again tomorrow. And we can be happy and should, and we can celebrate. There aren't a ton of reasons you get or I get to celebrate for things politically, but the work begins there. And the work begins in large part because communists don't sit back when they lose a little bit of power. They ramp up the revolution. They ramp up the rhetoric. They ramp up the commitment. They ramp up the violence. Communists can only be tamed with fear and pain. You are not going to ever show them the election results and have them say, okay, we will back off now. Remember I told you what Lee Smith said. Lee Smith wrote that book. He's a great guy, great author. He wrote that book, Disappearing the President. And we talked about it. And Lee Smith, this is not some crazy internet wingnut. He has been around a very long time, very measured, very well read. Lee Smith, I mean, you would consider him kind of like a fatherly type, a grandfatherly type. He's not some bomb thrower. Lee Smith thinks there's going to be major civil unrest in the cities, intentionally trying to bait Donald Trump into sending in the military. And then a potential divide in the military as you have all these scumbag commie generals who aren't going to want to do it. Then they'll have to be replaced with other generals. Then you have these are things that can happen soon. I mean, we don't want to focus on the negative right now, obviously, but it might be bumpy out there. It's probably going to be bumpy out there. Win or lose, it's going to be bumpy. Doesn't mean we lick our wounds about it, suck our thumbs about it, but something to get yourself mentally prepared for. That's for daggone sure. You also need to get your dog prepared. You see, our dogs die too early in this country. It's so sad. When I finally figured it out, it was so sad because I thought back on all the dogs I've had. How many of my dogs could I have had another few years with if I'd actually given them nutrition? I didn't know. We didn't know. We think nutrition for dogs is found in dog food, but it's not. Dog food is all brown because it's all dead. They kill everything in dog food at the factory. And so we give our dogs empty calories and then we look around stunned because Muffy has to go to the vet 3 times a year and dies at 10 years old. That shouldn't be the case. Start sprinkling rough greens on your dog's food. Vitamins, minerals, digestive enzymes, probiotics, antioxidants, omega oils, everything your dog needs to have a long, healthy life. You want your dog longer? Start them on rough greens. Free Jumpstart trial bags at 833-33-MY-DOG or go to roughgreens.com/Jesse. We'll be back.
Missed out? Catch up. JesseKellyShow.com.
It is the Jesse Kelly Show, final segment of the Jesse Kelly Show. Remember, you can email the show, jesse@jessekellyshow.com. You can leave us voicemails, 877-377-4373. Trump currently up by 30,000 votes in North Carolina. again, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but if you're following how votes are coming in versus how they've come in the past, there is not a single thing that I have laid eyes on yet that looks good for Kamala Harris as of this time. What is it? 8:49 Eastern time. As of right now, there is not a single positive sign for Kamala Harris's chances. The positive signs for Donald Trump are too many to list right now. How's the media handling it? About like you'd expect.
We still have an electorate, 70 million plus, that will be voting for a man who said he was going to assassinate for treason the chairman of the Joint Chiefs because he didn't support him on January the 6th, who has said just in recent days he was going to execute Liz Cheney with a firing squad, 9 guns pointed and shooting at her face. A man who has said that he was going to shut down CBS because he didn't like how they edited an interview. A man who said he was going to be a dictator from day one. A man who said he was going to terminate the Constitution. A man who said he was going to use the army and he was going to use the National Guard.
Oh, he goes on for another minute. I'm going to let him play.
On his political opponents. I literally could go on all day. And yet you talk to Trump voters and they'll go, he didn't say that. Wait, no, I didn't hear him. And then you say, well, here's the quote. And then they'll go, yeah, he didn't mean that. So there's something far more long-lasting than just Donald Trump, the candidate. There is a sort of Russian embrace of disinformation.
A Russian embrace, not just an embrace, a Russian embrace. And the guy just told how many easily verifiable lies, yet there's a Russian embrace of disinformation. These people, man, they are something else.
A radical devaluing of truth over the last 9 to 10 years, and a complete ignorance on civics and what the term Madisonian democracy even means, what checks and balances even means, what judicial review even means, what the rule of law even means. How do we as a nation, even post-Trump, how do we reach those Americans who apparently didn't go to civics class, apparently didn't learn the basics of this Constitution, and have just been overwhelmed with disinformation over the past 9 years?
They're handling things well. And this goes exactly to what Elon Musk and Joe Rogan were talking about on the podcast.
Like the fine people hoax.
Obama just said that on stage.
Obama just said that. I was like, what the flying
He doesn't give a He doesn't give a They're just flat out lie. How about the other one where Kamala's campaign used what Trump was saying about protecting women and from illegal immigrants?
Thank you.
You remember that? What he was saying is, if the women like it or not, I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
When he was saying that, they were trying to say that he was taking away women's right to choose, whether women like it or not. Like, that's not what he was saying.
Absolutely.
He was literally talking about protecting them from dangerous people that are sneaking in through the border.
Yes, exactly. They'll take like not even a full sentence, like a half a sentence from Trump, and then they'll push it on every ad, every speaking event, every
and it gets
media.
repeated on the news.
Yes.
This is what's crazy. They'll talk about it on these news shows, news shows.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
anyway, that's what they were talking about. Get yourself mentally ready to have fun tonight. I should point out, even if fun for you represents a cup of tea as you sit and hate watch CNN and MSNBC as these dirty commies cry, make sure you give yourself some time. If tonight continues to go the way we want, give yourself some time to feel good. You know, we've talked before about how important it is to give yourself time to mourn. Mourning is really important. We talk about that after tragedies and things like that, a death in the family. You need to give yourself time. Mourning is part of the human condition. It's good. Well, the same thing applies to celebrating and being happy. Don't let yourself get down tonight. Don't let yourself see all the problems that are potentially coming. You're ready for those problems anyway. Don't you already have your 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply? You do, right? You don't have to stress about them intentionally causing some sort of financial collapse or something because you have your 4-week emergency food kit. And if you don't have your 4-week emergency food kit, Well, they're $50 off at preparewithjesse.com. Go to preparewithjesse.com and get some non-perishable food. There's a reason millions of Americans have trusted My Patriot Supply with this stuff. Preparewithjesse.com. Go get your food kit and be ready for a lot, and I do mean a lot, of Russia talk. You've heard them mention it a couple times. And then we had Georgia's Secretary of State, and this may be legitimate. I'm actually not dogging on him. I'm not a big fan of his, but I'm not dogging on him, talking about a bomb threat that came in today.
We've heard some threats that were of Russian origin, and so I don't know how to describe if that's viable. We don't think they are, but in the interest of public safety, you always check that out, and we'll just continue to be very responsive when we hear about stuff like that. We identified the source, and it was from Russia.
Can you elaborate on that? What kind of threats?
As he said, is a bomb threat.
So Russia, and you're confident of the Russians that did?
Yeah, just like we had the DDoS attack on Monday, October 14th, 420,000, pings, denial of service from Russians. So we added that interface that said, I am a human, I'm not a robot. So they're up to mischief, it seems, and they don't want us to have a smooth, fair, and accurate election, and anything they can get us to fight among ourselves, they can count that as a victory. So that tells you a little bit about the Russians. They're not our friends. Anyone that thinks they are hasn't been reading the newspapers.
This stuff's been going on for a very long time by a lot of different entities getting involved in your enemy's elections, sowing distrust, discord, breaking up a society from within is very, very, very common. I have no doubt the Chinese and the Russians are going to do a lot of that. When you add that to all the stuff the domestic communists are going to do, it's going to be wild. And we're going to be here. And I'm freaking excited for it. I feel like tonight is going the exact way we talked all week it was going to go. The momentum feels like it's in our corner. And so as we get ready to wrap this up here, I want to just reinforce what I just said. Enjoy it. If it continues to go this way, enjoy it. I promise you there will be new problems coming. There will be new scandals. There will be new communist stops. There will be new this and new that. And I promise those things will come. But if we are having a good night tonight, if we're having the kind of night it looks like we're going to have, feel good and take time to celebrate it. Call your parents. Call a sister. Text a friend. Celebrate and enjoy your night, okay? We will be back tomorrow, hopefully in a good mood. That's all.
Thousands
of Holocaust survivors who are suffering in the former Soviet Union today. The needs that these forgotten Jews have are something beyond anything you can imagine.
Have you eaten this morning?
I ate the carrot, so I ate half of it yesterday, and this is what she ate in 2 days, 1 carrot. Please pray for me.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews began this ministry to help elderly Jews living in horrible poverty around the world. We urgently need your gift of $25 now to help provide 1 survival food box with all of the foods they critically need for their diet for 1 month. When you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
It breaks my heart to know that there are Holocaust survivors who suffer to this very day. Now, with pensions of less than $2 per day, they live in some of the poorest conditions imaginable.
I believe in God, but I sometimes feel maybe He forgot me. Perhaps you could tell my story, and I would find a matching soul that would understand. I face hunger again.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now to help rush 1 survival food box to a Holocaust survivor. When you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
This is what God wants from us. Just feed the hungry.
If you hear God's voice, I'm asking you to act now. Do it when it's on your heart. I pray that they'll know in their final months that they're not alone.
Yep. Hey, welcome back to our live election night coverage here on The First. I'm about to be joined by my colleague, Jesse Kelly, in just a second. What a night, folks. Despite the narrative, it looks like this is going really well for Donald Trump. We are seeing some really interesting early returns. Some calls not happening yet, but it's what's keeping a lot of that from happening. In this Commonwealth of Virginia, this is interesting. Right now, Donald Trump actually ahead in the Commonwealth of Virginia, something that I don't think many people saw coming. We've been talking about it interestingly on this because Northern Virginia, Loudoun County in particular, very voter-rich part of the Commonwealth of Virginia, home to a lot of federal workers. Donald Trump holding his own there. Kamala Harris at 56%. Joe Biden was at 61 4 years ago. This is not good for her. The Trump campaign running up the score in rural parts of Virginia, holding its own in the Hampton Roads area, out west. This could be a really good night for him. Look, I brought this up just a minute ago. For those of you who are regular watchers of the show, I grew up in Rhode Island. Really interesting there. The AP has called Rhode Island for Kamala Harris and it's for electoral votes for the Democrats. But here's the interesting thing. Kamala Harris only at 52% in the blue state of Rhode Island. Working men and women there are not impressed with her. Right now, we've got 66% in Rhode Island. In Connecticut, that 2nd district, which borders Rhode Island on the east, Massachusetts on the north, looking good for Republicans, and that 5th district a little further west. I want to bring in my first colleague and good buddy, Jesse Kelly. Jesse, I understand you need a little extra time in makeup. I understand. Welcome back. What a night so far.
Okay, first of all, Sean, I have to clarify. I didn't need time in makeup because when you have a face this magnificent, you don't need any makeup. I needed time to pee because I just got off the radio and I had to use the bathroom. That's 1. I had to go pee. 2, I am so unreasonably excited about everything I am seeing right now. And so I'm going to say something, and I want you please to correct me because I know you've been breaking down all these numbers all night long. I get all that. But I'm trying to look at this from Kamala Harris's point of view, and I'm trying to find, so far, what we know so far, positive signs for Kamala Harris. Sean?
Okay, I have one.
Are there any positive signs?
Yeah, the positive sign is this. Folks, if you're at the Kamala election night party, the bar in the way back apparently has a shorter line, because right now that's the only good news they have going for them, right? So I just, if you're at the event, I know you're not feeling good, but just know if you go further back to the right, the bar in the back, yeah, there's a shorter line there, because that's the only good news that I'm seeing right now coming out of Wilmington. But Jesse, I just said this. Here's the interesting thing. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, 48% reporting, Trump up 49.8 to 48.5. Northern Virginia, where she really needed to do well, she did not run up the score. That's not just important for Virginia. If you can't run the score up there, where you've got a lot of political activity, you've got a lot of federal workers, that doesn't portend well for Georgia. It doesn't portend well for North Carolina. Exit polls showing 25% of black men in Georgia going for Trump. That coalition that they have to weave together, which is called the Democratic Party, is fracturing. And this is not good for them. They can't be happy early on with some of these results. By the way, Florida, huge win in Florida, 93% reporting right now out of Florida. Big lead. Rick Scott called the winner there. This is great news. Trump, 65% reporting in Georgia. He's up 52.4. This is good news. The only ray of light that you brought up is right now out of Michigan. There's not a lot reporting, but they're at 52. So that's not good for them. In North Carolina, Trump up 52% there. So some good news there so far. I would tell you, if you're looking at the Pennsylvania report results, pump the brakes. What we're seeing come in is not where Trump needs to do well. So right now, but the text that I'm getting from Team Trump inside their war room, they are feeling still really good about Pennsylvania.
Okay, so they're still feeling good about Pennsylvania. Let me ask you this, Sean. If Trump is overperforming in Virginia, even if he loses there, even if it turns out he loses by a point or two, but he's overperforming in Virginia. You and I have had this talk before about Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. You say he's probably going to carry those states because they're the same voter, a Pennsylvania voter, a Michigan voter. Does Virginia translate in that way? Meaning, let's say Donald Trump barely loses or barely wins Virginia. Does that mean good things for Pennsylvania?
Yeah. So as I said, it's not just Virginia, because again, it is good, right? But it's where in Virginia, and in that Northern Virginia area that I talked about, which is where the Democrats, if you look at a lot of these states, right? You look at Northern Virginia, that really is where a lot of the votes come out for Democrats. You look at Pennsylvania, right? It's Allegheny County out west where Pittsburgh is and Philadelphia County on the east. That's where they get their votes. If they don't run up the scores in those areas, they can't win Pennsylvania. Same thing in a lot of these other states, where if they don't run up the score in the urban areas, they're screwed. And you're seeing that now. Both things are happening, Jesse. One, she's not performing where she's supposed to, and Trump is overperforming where he's supposed to. That's not good for the Democratic Party right now. So, does it portend well? Yeah, but part of it, as you were just alluding to, is it's the voter that's modeled. So undecided late breakers tend to kind of follow, whether it's 70-30 or 60-40, the same, pattern. So if you see a 60-40 or 70-30 break in Virginia with the late deciders, I think you're going to see pretty close to that in Michigan and Wisconsin and to some degree in Pennsylvania. And that's great news for Trump.
Okay, Sean, I understand election integrity is one of those things that's on everybody's mind. I'm famously hard on Republicans, and especially the RNC. But so far, I've been hearing and seeing a lot of very good things from the RNC as far as being on top of these things, where there are discrepancies, or I don't even know what word I want to put on it yet because I don't have all the facts. But whenever there's been a problem, the RNC and Team Trump appear to be all over it this time in ways that they were not before. Did I just misstate that?
No, 100%. I had some of the folks here from the Heritage Foundation, Hans von Slinskovsky, probably the most premier election analyst in the country when it comes to this stuff. And he said the reforms that the RNC made, the actions that they're taking, the way that they're getting ahead of the curve has been unprecedented. So there's obviously still more to do, but we are seeing the RNC and Team Trump get ahead of the curve. You saw them win that case in Philadelphia. They were out there today in 2 counties getting them extended to 9/30 and 10/30 respectively because of voter issues, right? This is good news. Team Republican is doing a much better job in the voter integrity, election integrity area than ever before, and we're seeing it. It's much harder for the Dems to use their old playbook. It's not solved. Don't get me wrong, because that's your radar is right on this, but it is much better. And at some point, to President Trump's, you know, if you think about what he's been saying, you got to make it too big to rig. That's what's happening now. At some point, you can't overwhelm them. In Pennsylvania, for example, Biden had a 1.3 million vote lead going into Election Day in 2020. Team Trump cut that to 400,000. You think about that, Jesse. I didn't take college in math, but I can do that. That's a 900,000 vote difference that they have to now make up today. That's really hard because Trump swamped them. 1.1 to 1.2 that he got on Election Day. So right now, they're in big, big trouble trying to figure out how do we make these votes up, and I don't know how they're going to do it.
Sean, real quick, just 30 seconds. Do we have a shot at New Mexico? I know this is one of those ones that Team Trump thought they had a shot, because you could tell because he parked it there a couple times. We don't have a shot at New Mexico, right?
Look, Jesse, the way that this thing's going, I just want to pull my cheat sheet out because I was trying to look at what that's going to close. Let me just double check. But, you know, look, the way tonight's going, New Mexico's closing 9 minutes ago. It's going to take a little while to get some results in there. Obviously, a lot of rural areas that are going to take a little bit further to get in. You got some good congressional candidates running in there as well. Yvette Herrell running for, you know, she's trying to get her old seat back. This could be ripe. I would just tell you, I think we haven't won New Mexico since 2004. But again, what I was saying about Virginia still applies. If you see some late breakers there, you saw Trump make that stop there the other day. They feel a little bullish on this. And the team Trump that I'm talking to, their smiles, they're happy. I'm here at the Heritage Foundation. I was down below. They got a big party. Everyone's got smiles on their faces. They're excited. They're optimistic. You're not hearing that from the Democrats on social media, whatever. They're trying to buy time and make excuses so that people stay with them. But the Republican team tonight is very, very optimistic and bullish.
We will take it. Sean Spicer, you are the man. Go watch everything Sean does. I certainly do. Thank you, my brother.
See you soon.
Are going to take a quick break.
Election coverage on the First TV is brought to you by Tax Network USA.
All right, guys, listen, if you have problems, the Democrats are still in charge, as we know. If you missed the October 15th deadline, forgot to pay your taxes, or have some issues and you think you're going to get flagged by the IRS, or they do call, because when Democrats hired 50,000 new agents, they're not just sitting around waiting to find something to do. They're sending out these pay-up notices that you owe $5,000, $10,000, $5 million, personal, business, doesn't matter. They're coming for you. Sorry, just to be blunt. Don't try to take on the government alone. I don't care if it's the DOJ or the IRS. Get the help you need. I think the best when it comes to dealing with the IRS are the folks at Tax Network USA. If you go to tnusa.com/Sean Spicer. This one you have to use the full name because it's that important. tnusa.com/Sean Spicer. Do not try to contact the IRS and go it alone by yourself. If they call, write, knock on your door, go to tnusa.com/Sean Spicer to get the help you need.
Throughout its history, the mission of Hillsdale College has been to develop the minds and improve the hearts of its students. As a commitment to this mission, every student signs an honor code. A Hillsdale College student is honorable in conduct, honest in word and deed, dutiful in study and service, and respectful of the rights of others. Through education, the student rises to self-government.
Americans protect one another. When the going gets tough, Americans get tougher. And if you're driving an out-of-warranty vehicle, you need a bulldog in your corner before you have a breakdown. That's where CarShield comes in. CarShield has one simple mission, and that's to protect Americans from the high cost of car repairs. CarShield can help you save your hard-earned money. You don't want to have to potentially pay thousands in repairs from vehicle breakdowns, do you? Do what millions of drivers have done and let CarShield help protect you from getting hit by back-breaking car repair costs. All you got to do is call CarShield before your car breaks down. CarShield is America's #1 auto protection company, offering you even more for your money with their price lock guarantee. That means the price you pay today is the price you'll pay for as long as you cover your car. Call to get your free quote and lock in your low pay-as-you-go plan now. With a plan through CarShield, drivers can get protection on transmissions, engines, electronics, and up to 5,000 parts and systems. If one of those systems were to fail, it could cost you thousands out of your pocket unless you call CarShield before a breakdown.
As a police officer, I know to always be prepared for the unexpected, and that's why I call CarShield.
Our life as nurses, we just step up and we help people, and it's really nice when somebody steps up and helped us. If our car breaks down, CarShield administrators have our back.
And CarShield goes the extra mile by including coast-to-coast 24/7 roadside assistance for flat or damaged tires, lockouts, courtesy towing, and rental car options. If you're like me, you love your car and you love to drive, then protect your car with a plan through CarShield. They help keep Americans like us driving the cars we love. So call now. I'm protected with a plan through CarShield, and you can be too. Call CarShield now before a breakdown happens.
Call 800-746-5658. 800-746-5658.
Do you owe over $10,000 in back taxes? Kevin Sorbo here with an important message. The Biden administration has proposed an $80 billion plan to boost IRS collections. This means they could garnish your wages, levy your bank account, and even seize your property. Tax Network USA, a trusted tax firm, can help protect your income and assets today while quickly settling your tax debt. But you have to act now while you still have options. Call Tax Network USA today.
Welcome back to our election coverage right here on the First, as we are looking at what appears to be so far, do I have to keep saying that? So far appears to be a pretty good night. They called North Carolina for Donald Trump, Ohio, Texas also have been called for Donald Trump. None of those are really surprises, but North Carolina is one of those important states you got to grab, and now slowly but surely, all of our eyes turn towards Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, because if it continues like it's going right now, if Donald Trump wins one of those, he's going to be the next president of the United States. Joining me now, host of the amazing Dana Show, Dana Lash. Dana, it's hard to figure out how this night could be going any better right now. I'm trying to be dour, or at least a little bit cynical, but it's hard right now.
Jesse, God love you. I have to let everybody know. Normally I wear black all the time because I can't dress myself, right? And because I'm a retired goth kid. I'm wearing red tonight. I'm wearing Republican red. Not only that, but check it. I even got little buttons, dude. That's my mood right now. That is weird. Write it down in the history books. You'll never see me in color again. But I am cautiously optimistic. I am encouraged by the turnout. I know we're all still holding our breath, and we're watching Pennsylvania, we're watching for Nevada to come in, we're watching Arizona, but I'm cautiously optimistic. We also had a major victory in Florida with Amendments 3 and 4 being defeated, so Republican wins all around. And I talked about this, Jesse, on my program today and yesterday about Trump's coattails. He got some criticism in 2020 for not having coattails. Can we talk about his coattails for a minute and the Senate races in Ohio? And the Senate races in a lot of these contested areas, Arizona, these battleground states, these senators are outperforming their Republican predecessors, and it's incredibly encouraging to see. So I don't know about y'all, but I'm at my Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne, her election watch party. I'm feeling pretty good. A lot of people here in Texas are feeling pretty good tonight. So I'm being cautiously optimistic because I'm also very superstitious. So that's where I am right now.
That's exactly where I'm at, Dana. Like, I don't want to say the words because then I'm worried God will come down and say, Jesse, you shouldn't have done that. But it feels like it's going to be a big night. And obviously that we'll have all day tomorrow. I'm sure you'll be breaking all this stuff down on your show. But it does feel good to have a potential nationwide scolding of Democrats for how they've conducted themselves in the last 4 years. And that it feels like that's a lot of what this is, just disgust with how Democrats run things.
I agree. I feel like people are incredibly fed up. They are so disgusted by the party leaving them. I mean, I was giving it's anecdotal, but I was talking today about my agent. He's like a New York Democrat, lifelong Democrat, family Democrat, New York Jewish man. And he was saying, you know what, the party, he was confiding in me. He was saying that he really felt like the party made a monumental shift towards something dangerous these past 4 years. The man's been to a gun range. He's talking about liking Republican policies. And he's not the only one. I got a lot of my friends, Jesse, in New York, in Chicago, in Los Angeles that are like, yeah, we feel like the party left us. And I think that Kamala Harris, honestly, picking Tim Walz and not picking Josh Shapiro because of the anti-Semitism of the party is not going to be just an epitaph for Kamala Harris's political career, but I think it's also a huge shift in the party at large. And I think that we're going to see the repercussions for that well into the future, well beyond this election.
No, I agree. And by the way, I should tell everybody, Ohio has just been called for Trump. Again, not too surprising at all, but Ohio has officially been called. So he is mopping up every state where he needs to mop up, has not lost any ground on those things. Okay, Dana, let's discuss that really briefly here. The Democrat coalition, because they obviously have become the party of turbo freak, tranny nut job stuff, and just really elite coastal things. So if you're in an ivory tower in Manhattan, you vote Democrat. If you think you're a woman when you're actually a boy and you chopped your penis off, you vote Democrat. But other than that, the rest of the coalition seems to be coming apart. My best friend is Mexican, his wife's Mexican, their whole daggone family, they're all Mexicans, and they've all been Democrat. And he texted me today, they all voted straight ticket Republican. He's losing Latinos. They've lost 25% of black men. That never freaking happens. So what does a future Democrat coalition look like?
I think that can go either two ways. I think the sensible person, and you and I are sensible people, we would like for that coalition to move back towards like a center position, more of like a Kennedy Democrat Party. But I don't think that they're going to do that. I honestly feel like they believe they have to shift further and further left, further and further extreme. And I don't know where their party goes after this. I mean, think about it. The stuff that they have embraced is even beyond like, a Karl Marx level kind of Marxism. You have to forgive me here. I'm holding the phone and I'm trying not to cover. I know with our production, God love our production people, by the way, over at the First. They're probably cussing me right now. You know what? We're living life. We're out here in the streets. We're bringing this home. We're out here talking with voters. And we're here. There are people, Jesse, at this election watch party, to your point, who are first-time Republican voters. First-time Republican voters at a Republican election watch event in Texas. This is crazy. I've never, in all of my years, I've never experienced anything like this. And I'm so sorry to be talking with my hands so much. I promised the control room I was going to keep this steady. But this is huge.
It's okay.
There
I do it all the time.
Generational shifts happening here. Huge, monumental generational shifts that are happening. I don't know where Democrats go. I think that the Republican coalition is going to get bigger. And one of the things that we have to do is learn how to deal with all these different factions and really practice Reagan's 80-20 rule going forward. And I think that we're seeing that happen in Florida. We're seeing it happen in Ohio. We're seeing it happen in Texas. We're seeing it happen in Arizona. Because think about all the Republicans that are coming together in those states that all have different interests that they would maybe perhaps prioritize. Maybe you would think, I put them on a gradient scale of Republicanism, but it's fascinating to see everybody come together and unite behind this common purpose because the threat is great. I mean, the economic threat, the international instability threat, the border. I mean, I could go on and on. They're seeing this and they're reacting to it, and it is amazing. So I hope everyone takes note of this. It's a historic shift happening right now.
Dana, this final question. These first-time voters you're there with, obviously different things are going to motivate you and I than people who are just getting involved, and that's totally fine. Everyone has their own level of involvement. Why are they there? Why are they? What motivated them? Was it illegal immigration? Was it what got them there? I know you've talked to them.
Borders, and there are kids in schools. Borders, number one, first and foremost, Texas being a border state, obviously, you know, you're Texas. Texas being a border state, they're very concerned about the flood of illegal immigrants coming across the border. They're very concerned about Tren de Aragua, the Venezuelan gang, because it is present in DFW, Dallas-Fort Worth. And then they're also really concerned because the ones that I spoke to, they have daughters who are participating in sports. I spoke to 3 different families who all have daughters, some have daughters and sons. They're concerned about what is happening in our schools, what is happening with trans Tifa, daughters being disenfranchised, and it literally took that happening for them to kind of wake up to everything else. And they're passionate because when you start messing with people's kids, Jesse, you're a parent, you know this, you get super passionate about acting in the best interest of your children, and that's what they're doing with this policy, with these policies and this election.
No doubt. Dana Lash of the Dana Show. Dana, you are the best. Go put that phone down. Give our best to Beth Van Dyne. We're big fans of hers here, so we'll see you.
Thank you, Jesse. Good to see you, my friend.
Now, see you, Dana. Now, Buck Sexton. He is kind enough, apparently, to put down his pistachio.
Election coverage on the First TV is brought to you by Tax Network USA.
Hi, everyone. If you were injured in an accident, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by right now. You can find out how much money you can potentially get for your accident. I'm Tori Schulman, along with my co-host and spokesman, Al Jackson. So, Al, tell the viewers at home who should be calling right now.
Well, Tori, it's just like you said. Anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault, give us a call right now. You can find out if you have a case and how much money you can potentially get.
Thanks, Al. So is that what people want to know, if they have a case, if how much money they're going to get?
That's what I would want to know. Do I have a case? How much money can I get? The accident that happened can't change, but how much money you receive can. So I encourage everyone watching at home, give us a call right now and find out how much you can potentially get.
Thanks, Al. You guys heard it here first. Take advantage of this amazing opportunity and call now.
I didn't ask for my father to die young, and to be left with a mother and stepfather who didn't love me. I didn't ask to be kicked out of my house with nowhere to go.
We just can't. I'm so sorry.
I didn't ask for any of this. But I did ask for help. And Covenant House was there. Thanks to their love and support, and to generous people like you, I got what I needed to take control of my life before it was too late.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and tools they need to succeed in life.
Call or go online now. For a gift of only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you can provide care to more than 2,000 young people who sleep at a Covenant House every night.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Without the Covenant House, I honestly could not tell you where I would be today.
I would not be here today if it weren't for the kindness of strangers, people who donated to Covenant House so that they could support me when I couldn't support myself.
Call or go online right now to safeplacetosleep.org with your gift of just $19 a month. With your monthly donation, you'll receive this soft, comforting blanket as a reminder of the warmth and safety your gift will provide a young person tonight.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America. Your support makes the work of Covenant House possible.
Your monthly gift is urgently needed to reach young people who didn't ask to be put in unthinkable situations. Call the number on your screen or go online to safeplacetosleep.org.
Get the intel you need. Watch the PBD Situation Report with Mike Baker every Friday night at 10 p.m. on the First TV. Global stories, no spin, just the facts. The PBD Situation Report, Fridays at 10 p.m. on the First TV.
Welcome back to the first election coverage, and it is looking so good tonight with me, your humble and balding host, Jesse Kelly. Now, before I bring in my friend Buck Sexton, I just want to point out that people make sacrifices all the time, large and small sacrifices. And when people make sacrifices for things they care about, I think it's appropriate to applaud them, to praise them. Let's go ahead and bring in my friend Buck Sexton, obviously host of the Clay and Buck Show. Everyone knows Buck Sexton. Certainly everybody watching us right now knows Buck Sexton. Buck deserves a great deal of credit for something that, I haven't said this to him privately, so we're just going to do this live on the air. Buck is making a sacrifice to be here because Buck, he was sitting there on his couch eating pistachio creme brulee. And he took the pistachio creme brulee, I'm sure he probably had his pinky out, and he set it aside to come do some TV for us right here on the first. And Buck, I don't want to call you a hero. Maybe that's too far, but I just want you to know that I appreciate you, Buck. I appreciate you very much to make a sacrifice like that. It means a lot to all of us. Really, it does.
Well, I had to slap my butler and say, take this away from me. Make sure that it's chilled perfectly. I have to go hang out with my friend Jesse Kelly, who, what is this? It's 9:30 at night. You look like you're dressed for a Mutual of Omaha conference somewhere, like this jacket, this button down.
Well, some of us, Buck, some of us have chosen to continue doing television because we don't have the largest radio show in the United States of America. I have the humble, very, very humble Jesse Kelly show. And I also love being on the first so much that I get dressed up and I still do television. I don't live my life in wife beaters and sweatpants and things like that like you do now. Some of us still work more than 15 minutes a day. I wouldn't expect you to understand that.
I just also, we're going to get into the election and saving Western civilization. By the way, we're in a good mood because we should be in a good mood because everything's looking great so far. Yeah. But I did, since Jesse is airing some dirty laundry here, I think you should all know that now every time I go into my kitchen, it sounds like a Zamboni machine, like that makes the ice all level because my wife bought the biggest, fanciest ice maker I've ever seen in my life. This is nicer than what they have in large hotels because Jesse Kelly was bragging so much about his ice maker. She didn't even consult me. I just came home one day. I'm like, honey, what is that? I mean, it looks like we're building a dirty bomb in my kitchen, and it's an ice maker because of him. So just watch out when you see him tweeting about this. It should be noted I have been on the receiving end of not just one, multiple hateful text messages from Buck. What is this thing in my kitchen? Jesse, this is your fault. What have you done? Buck, we upgraded you. Okay, speaking of upgrading you, because Carrie and I, we can't handle your ICE situation all on our own. The country's being upgraded as well. In fact, we all might have more money in our pocket, it looks like, because it looks like tonight's going really, really, really well. And I keep being scared to say that, Buck, but I'm trying to find the bad news. I'm sure it's out there somewhere. Obviously, you're not going to win Connecticut, but where's the bad news, Buck? What am I not seeing? Well, let me start with what we know, because I haven't had a chance to talk to your fine audience. I would just point out that the situation in Florida is like devastation for Democrats. What has happened in my now home state, and eventually we're going to convince Jesse to move to it as well, is nothing short of remarkable. It's a combination of factors, but Florida, you're looking at a 13, 14-point win, perhaps for Trump, which, when all things said and done, is just amazing, right? So you start with that, and then I think you go and you look at where we are in some of these other early vote early vote tabulation scenarios. If Virginia is as close as it seems to be, I don't see how Trump doesn't win Pennsylvania and at least Wisconsin, if not Michigan as well. That's how I see it. I know people are saying that Pennsylvania is trending slightly Kamala right now, but she's going to have to thread the needle in an incredibly precise way, which I guess all needle threading is. So I'm kind of repeating myself, but she's going to have to be very lucky in getting it done there. Look, Ted Cruz just won. I know we could announce that right before I came on, or that was announced, I should say. So once again, they spent an astonishing amount of money to pretend that they were going to beat Cruz, to pretend that they were going to flip Texas. And as much as Florida likes to do donuts in Texas's backyard, Texas is still very red, very solid, and great things going on there. So I look, North Carolina and Georgia are going for Trump. If that happens, what are the odds that Kamala is able to run the table and win tonight? I think you're looking at a 10% shot. I think it's very unlikely.
Oh, what 10% shot? Okay, so Buck, explain this to me. That's that famous JFK saying, which I think he stole from someone else, I don't remember, but a victory has 1,000 fathers, but defeat is an orphan, is the most true thing in the history of politics, right? As soon as someone wins, everyone takes credit for it, they figured it all out, and when you lose, right, no one wants to own it. Let's say tonight is what it looks like it might be for Democrats, which is disastrous, a bloodbath. You and I, we were at a party together during the midterms when we were going to get that red wave. And we walked into that party. It was a big election night party in Nashville. It was a great party, by the way. And we were all excited and smiles, and if I may say, a little cocky. I know I was. And then by the end of the night, it was you and I huddled in the corner drinking beer, crying into those beers about what happened to our red wave. So that hurts. Democrats are very likely going through this tonight. Where did they go wrong?
So I actually believe, and I think it's just a matter of time before this becomes something you're going to hear from some Democrats. I think that Dementia Joe was a better shot for them, even with the horrible debate performance. Now he would have had to come out and have a better debate performance, and I think he would have been able to do that. And he would have shouted and done the usual Joe Biden stuff here and there. Think about how much media Kamala Harris did. Biden could have done that. I mean, it was really de minimis. I think that their mistake was thinking that they could run a super short campaign with somebody who is honestly the least competent and dumbest would-be president of a major party that I have seen in my life. I mean, she is, John Kerry is a rocket scientist compared to Kamala Harris, and I think John Kerry's a dumbass. So, as I look at this, they made tremendous mistakes in this process. They did a lot of things that I think show that there was a sense that they could just get away with it because the media was going to be on their side. Here's the thing, and maybe I have to eat my words tomorrow on this, so that I've been saying Trump's going to win. Ever since they said it was Kamala, I was like, no, she's going to lose. There's absolutely no way it's going to happen. If they can make Kamala Harris president, they can make anyone president. And I truly mean that. I mean, they could find the nearest post office worker. They could find the nearest third grade school teacher. They could, anybody, and make that person president if that became the Democrat nominee. And they said that they're obsessed with abortion and Trump is Hitler. So I don't think the country is that deranged yet. And that's my very honest and straightforward assessment of where things are right now. But maybe tomorrow I'll wake up and be like, actually, I was wrong. We're nuts.
No, I back you up on that. I always talk about how we go through stress tests, and sometimes you pass a stress test and sometimes you don't. We've failed massively on every possible way, our COVID stress test. But this election, it may be the bare minimum stress test, but it does prove that we're not completely gone, because you just nailed it. It's not just that she's dumb. She also has no personality whatsoever. She's part of the administration that people are already unhappy with when it comes to inflation, immigration. Long way of saying that if Kamala Harris can win this election, if she could have won this election, let's go ahead and act like she lost. I hope we're not getting ahead of ourselves. If Kamala Harris can win this election, then really national elections don't really matter anymore. The population is so dumbed down and screwed up that they can run anybody and they'll be able to win, and it doesn't matter who we run. But it doesn't look like we're there yet, and that's great news, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. I mean, assuming that, and it's funny because I am having 2022 and 2020 flashbacks, quite honestly. I remember doing analysis on The First and other platforms those nights where it all looked great until it didn't. And I feel like tonight is the last chance we have to feel like we have a country with a majority sane electorate. That's where a good amount of my confidence comes from. I will feel like if we were to wake up tomorrow and Kamala Harris were somehow the president or, in the process of becoming the president, I would feel like it doesn't really matter anymore. The Republican Party is effectively dead because she is a moron and she's dishonest and she's done everything that could be done in a political campaign to make people who are deciding on whether or not to trust this person not trust her. She effectively stands for nothing. She has no political or even interpersonal skills whatsoever. And if we can make essentially the DEI or human resources chief hire of our nightmares, the commander in chief of this country, what else is there really? Like, how can we think that there's any point in running sane people for national office? And what it would mean is we haven't suffered enough, and I think we would suffer pretty substantially under a Kamala administration. So maybe things would change then. But look, I am overconfident. I have been overconfident all along. I think Trump has got this thing in the bag, and I think he deserves it. I think it's the greatest political comeback story, maybe in history. I don't know, Jesse. We could sit here and talk about like some of those Roman dudes in the 1st century BC or something. I mean, you got to go way back. But if you're talking about political comeback stories, to be indicted 4 times, to have the state of New York go after you civilly, multiple impeachments, to be called a fascist and a Nazi by the press in your country, to take a bullet to the side of your head during a rally, and then to beat the candidate of the establishment, it would be the greatest political comeback story, I would argue, in history. And I think we're witnessing it right now. And I certainly hope that comes to fruition. I think Donald Trump and all the people support him absolutely deserve it.
How do Democrats self-assess after this, if it is what it is? And obviously, self-assessment is one of those things that's very, very difficult in politics, in life. You were never able to self-assess that you were short on ice. It took your lovely bride, Carrie, to step in and do that for you. Self-assessment is very difficult. If you're Democrats and you wake up tomorrow morning, obviously there will be a ton of people who just want to chuck Kamala Harris on the pile and say it was all her fault. And clearly a lot of it was her fault. But this party has problems, Buck, when you're losing 25% of black men, and that's allegedly what they're losing. When you're losing Latino men en masse, they're just getting wiped out by Latino men. When you have critical parts of your coalition leaving you, it would be equivalent to evangelicals going out to vote overwhelmingly Democrat. It just doesn't happen. But it's happening right now to them tonight. How do they self-assess?
Well, I think one thing that they're not very good at is introspection and being honest with themselves, never mind being honest with anybody else. So they will retreat into a cocoon of Kamala didn't win because of racism and sexism. I don't know if you saw, I was on Bill Maher's show a few weeks ago, and I said, I was like, Trump's going to win. And someone in the audience laughed, and I was like, oh, no, trust me, Trump's going to win. And then I was told by a fellow panelist who's a Democrat, a black woman who's a host from CNN, that if Kamala doesn't win, essentially, it's because of sexism and racism. And so that will be the primary, because the thing about Democrats is it's all about the feels, right? It's all about what the emotions are from all of this. And for them to admit that on the border alone, to put everything else aside, and I mean the economy, I mean that they want trannies playing in women's sports, and we're supposed to act like Macho Man Randy Savage is like, I'm a girl. And then all of a sudden he's like stiff arming 120-pound chicks. Like that's normal now because Democrats say it is. Put all of that aside, Jesse. It is entirely justifiable, and I would argue a moral imperative as an American to punish the Democrat Party and specifically Biden and Kamala Harris for what they have done and the betrayal on the U.S. border and the 10 million plus illegals that they invited and enabled and conspired with to bring into the country. So do they learn a lesson on that, or do they think they're just biding their time until they can legalize all those illegals if Trump doesn't deport them? That's, I think, really the next step. But that's a long way of saying, Jesse, they will learn nothing from this. Nothing. They will think that they should have won, and Kamala is smart. That's how crazy they are.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Buck, you are the best, brother. Come back soon. Get back to your creme brulee, your pistachio creme brulee. I appreciate it.
I'll text you crying over it or happy over it later. We'll see.
I'll text you, buddy. All right,
See you, man.
2 quick things. One, we have a race call in New Hampshire. This is not shocking. I know Team Trump thought they had a shot in New Hampshire, and frankly, they kind of did. It was closer than it should have been, but Kamala Harris wins New Hampshire. Don't worry, nothing to cry about. It was one of those states where if you broke that off, it was unexpected and you were going to be happy about it. But Kamala Harris wins New Hampshire. That's 1. 2, we have combat veteran Sean Parnell and Jennifer Gillardi.
Election coverage on the First TV is brought to you by Tax Network USA.
I love my work caring for people. I often assist women who struggle with urinary incontinence, women who have fallen trying to reach the bathroom, or who have damaged skin from too much wetness. It can take a toll on them. At home, I worried for my mother. A lack of sleep due to bladder leakage affected her life. That's why I'm so glad the Purex system is available for home use. It's an innovative option for women who experience moderate to severe bladder leakage. This external system uses a soft, flexible wick placed outside the body to draw urine away from the body and into a collection canister. It's non-invasive and designed to keep the skin dry and stay in place. We trust it to help her throughout the night, so we're all better rested and can enjoy the things we love together.
Order yours online at purewickathome.com or call 800-493-4795 today. New external catheters for women and men available for home use. Call 800-493-4795 today.
I'd like to say this is the first time, but there have been others.
How many?
Who can keep track?
You think this is a joke?
Darling, we need answers, and you're gonna give them to us.
Tell us again.
My car broke down. I brought it here.
I got stuck paying an expensive repair bill.
So it's true.
How much, darling?
$2,300.
$2,300?
Well, what was I supposed to do? My transmission was shot.
You pick up your phone and you call CarShield before the car breaks down.
Plans through CarShield cover up to 5,000 parts and systems in your car.
That's right. A plan through CarShield could save you on some criminally high auto repairs, especially if your car is out of warranty. So, call CarShield, America's #1 auto protection company, before a breakdown and save yourself from getting stuck in car repair jail.
Let me guess. You hate saving money.
Who hates saving money?
Apparently you do.
All you had to do was call CarShield. And you could have protected yourself against expensive repairs.
Yeah, and then my price will go up the minute I file a claim.
Shut up! CarShield has the price locked in.
For as long as you cover your car.
I guess I should have called CarShield?
It's about time you said something that made sense.
Now you know what you need to do next time.
Bet he'll call CarShield now.
So can I go? Or...
CarShield has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau and was voted America's most trusted auto protection company. Don't get handcuffed paying expensive auto repairs. Call now and get the CarShield guarantee. Your price will never go up and your coverage will never go down as long as you cover your car. In just minutes, you could have a plan that covers up to 5,000 parts and systems in your car. Don't wait until it's too late. Get CarShield's best coverage yet. Call 800-785-9004.
Welcome back to The First with me, Jesse Kelly, and our live election night coverage. An election night that so far, looks like it's going, honestly, it's everything we wanted so far. Let's see what Sean and Jennifer have to say about that. Joining me now, my friend Sean Parnell, host of Battleground Live, and my friend Jennifer Gillardi. She has become a wonderful voice in this movement, culture, health, and policy writer, and former communist herself. Sean, let's begin with you. What happened tonight to the Democrat coalition? I'm looking at 25% of black men gone. Latino men, they completely lost them. They just lost their coalition. What did they do wrong?
they didn't have a message. And I think the larger problem that Kamala Harris has, and by the way, there's still a long way to go in this election, and I am far from dooming. I'm not doing that, but it's all going to come down to Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, it looks like. However, Kamala Harris has a base problem. And what I mean by that is she was selected. She was not elected. She's never had to run in a primary for president in which she actually had to earn a single member of her primary's vote. And so now she finds herself in a situation where there are cracks in the primary, most prominently in Michigan, where you have Arab Americans and Muslim Americans in Michigan basically saying, I'm not going to vote for Kamala Harris. She has no message that really appeals to me. And they're probably going to go into Trump's column. You see the same thing with Black Americans. You see the same thing with Latino Americans. She just didn't have a message, but she never ran a primary campaign in the first place in which she had to earn a single voter. And I think you're seeing the bottom fall out here today.
Jennifer, you are, I'm sure, still friends or at least friendly with a couple dirty commies because they used to have to walk in that life. Are they angry? Do they bring up what Sean brought up, the fact that she was installed? Is that something that bothers them? Because obviously we're partisan, we're on the other side. From the outside looking in, I'm mortified by that. No, the people got no say whatsoever. To me, it looks awful. But is that something they ever bring up to you that bothers them?
No, the only thing that they bring up to me is abortion. You know, I woke up this morning, I was feeling a little doomy and gloomy. Sorry, Sean, I was feeling that way. And Jesse, you've kind of brought me up a little bit in the past couple hours. But I woke up and I'm particularly on like Instagram and Facebook. I still have a lot of my liberal friends, and I'm like, I don't know. I think I mentioned put this out on Twitter in response to you, Jesse. I don't know if I can be they're morons. Like, this is, you cannot logically explain to them. They have lost their ever loving minds, and they have, I don't know if it's Trump derangement syndrome. It is mostly single women. There's some married, some that don't have kids, but you know, there was one post on Facebook and a girl said, imagine you have the two candidates or each candidate sitting across from you with a cup of tea or a glass of wine. How does it feel in your body to be? I was like, I don't give a shit how it feels. I mean, it's like unbelievable that you can't make this up. I was like, and I think part of me is angry because I was a little, I don't ever know if I was that dumb, but I did tend to operate that way. And thank God I got my brain back and started to realize this is not speed dating. I'm not looking for a husband. No one's sitting across from me. I need the border closed. I need women to be protected. I need men to stop beating up on women in sports. I need women to stop being raped and murdered from illegal immigrants. It's like, but the only thing they think of is abortion. And it's not going to happen. It doesn't matter. It can't be overturned at this point at the federal level.
Sean, let me touch on that with you as a man, because I was brewing on this today. In fact, I talked about it on my radio show a little bit earlier. When it comes to women and men, it really seems incredibly cruel the way Democrats have operated, where they have purposely created this mental illness in a lot of women who are more vulnerable to social contagions. They just are. So they create a mental illness. They create this legion of mentally ill women, and then they just lie to them. So now there's mentally ill psychopaths. You created this mentally ill woman. You told them her life is in danger if she votes Republican. And they end up saying the dumbest things in the world to poor Jennifer, who wants to jump off a bridge. In the end, it's just cruel. It's abuse. It's like beating up on the special needs kid.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Democrats, here's what I say about the Democrats. They are the party of lies, and they are the party of hoaxes. And speaking to your initial question is like, hey, what's happening with the Democrat coalition? We talk about, one, Kamala Harris never ran a primary, right, Jesse? She never had to earn their votes. She didn't really have an actual message. And what's interesting about tonight, especially with voters all across the country, you talk about the top issues in this election, the economy, inflation, the border, but a close number 4 in some states was democracy. And I think when you hear the term democracy, TM, it's often a term that's overused by Democrats. All the while, I thought that, well, hey, this is just, democracy and Democrats talking about January 6th and all this crazy stuff. Well, come to find out that according to exit polls, and take exit polls the way that you want, but Trump is winning those voters by a 7-point margin in all the swing states. So it's actually Republicans who believe that Democrats are a greater threat to democracy than vice versa. And so that's kind of amazing to me, but it speaks to, again, you can't just lie to your voters and expect them to follow you. You've had your name on the ballot before, Jesse. Your job as a candidate is to draw a contrast, and not just that, but make the case to the voters about how their life will be better with you, a projected vision looking forward. And when it comes down to voters today, and again, we'll see how this plays out as the night goes on, but I think the voters are going to say to themselves when they're in that booth, okay, I remember what my life was like under Donald Trump. There was $1.80 gas. I could afford to put food on the table for my family. I got 2 kids that work at a grocery store. They have people that cannot pay for their groceries every single shift. That should not happen in America. At the same time, we're sending $100 billion to Ukraine. We have people struggling to buy food here. People are going to go into that booth, and I think especially with independents, and say life was easier under Trump. No, the guy's not a threat to democracy. All the Democrats have done is lie and gaslight me for the last couple of years. They shanked Joe Biden. They select Kamala Harris. No one actually voted for this woman. And life under Biden and Harris has been terrible, as evidenced by their 401k or their grocery bills or the cost that it takes to put food or fuel in their cars. So, again, we'll see how this plays out. But as of right now, it's not going good for Kamala Harris.
Jennifer,
Jesse,
you know what makes me smile?
What?
Go ahead, please. No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to comment. I was in Lancaster the other week for a Kennedy kind of rally with Dr. Phil and Callie Means, and I was sitting in I wrote a piece about this. I was sitting in kind of the press area, and these people in the press, one guy was from NBC. There were just a couple. There weren't that many people. Where normally somebody like Dr. Phil would draw a big kind of to do in a small town. And there weren't that many press, but the ones that were there, they had no concern for the people in the audience. They didn't ask them, why are they there? Why are you attracted to Kennedy and Trump or Vance? Or, what Sean had said is the Democrat Party is built on lies, and the media is the arm for that. So they're not talking to people. So the people that only listen to mainstream media only get this one-sided image because they don't talk to the people. They don't talk to the small towns. They don't get their perspective. So they're only getting kind of what the MSNBC pushes out. And it's a very convoluted story. And I think with more shows like this, I mean, we saw Trump went on the Joe Rogan podcast, had a killer 3-hour session. Vance went on, and they saw these are normal guys. I think that shift in the media is going to play a huge role moving forward away from these mainstream media outlets. And I think that may have turned the tide for Trump, meaning a lot of guys and a lot of women, if they listen to Vance on Joe Rogan's podcast, like his story about the kid with the Oreo, his kid putting the Oreos, and he's like, I didn't eat those, Daddy, you did. And he goes, that's how Kamala Harris lies. Like a child, with no remorse, no irony, no joking. He's like, I didn't eat those Oreos. You did, Daddy. I mean, that humor, that realness, those long sessions of chatting and seeing how somebody handles that. Trump was right. Kamala would have been on the floor in 20 seconds. She would not have been able to hold a conversation.
It would have been a disaster.
Yeah.
It would have been a disaster. Sean, Jennifer, y'all go celebrate, put a smile on your face. We are going to return, and we are going to return with Congressman Chip Roy. I guess I can go ahead and give this away. They just called his race. The great Congressman Chip Roy is going to join us, and my friend Josh Hammer. We got another little panel.
Election coverage on the First TV is brought to you by Tax Network USA.
Do you owe over $10,000 in back taxes? Kevin Sorbo here with an important message. The Biden administration has proposed an $80 billion plan to boost IRS collections. This means they could garnish your wages, levy your bank account, and even seize your property. Tax Network USA, a trusted tax firm, can help protect your income and assets today while quickly settling your tax debt. But you have to act now while you still have options. Call Tax Network USA today.
Independence. With that declaration, America was born. Inspired by a belief in the God-given rights of every human being, and in the good that comes from exercising these rights well. The founders of our great nation chose independence, as do we. Hillsdale College accepts no government funding because independence makes possible the good to which we aspire.
If you're a Medicare beneficiary, call now to see how a WellCare Medicare Advantage plan could get you some big benefits. Find out how easy it is to get all of your original Medicare coverage plus extra benefits. A WellCare Medicare Advantage plan is designed to fit your needs so you can be your best every day. You could have medical coverage, prescription drug coverage, dental, vision, and hearing coverage. Twill, a digital mental health and social support resource. And here's more good news. You can get a WellCare Medicare Advantage plan with a $0 or low monthly plan premium. How can WellCare offer all of those benefits for a $0 or low monthly plan premium? It's simple. Medicare Advantage and Medicare Part D prescription drug coverage are important parts of Medicare. WellCare has a contract with Medicare to offer and provide these important options to you. Call right now to get your free copy of the WellCare All-in-One Guide. Call 855-397-9162 now. There is absolutely no obligation for requesting this free information. WellCare offers benefits that go beyond the basics, and we make them easy to use so you can support your best health. Call a licensed sales agent to see if you are eligible to enroll today. And call today to get your free copy of the All-in-One Guide with absolutely no obligation. Your free guide will provide information to make a smart choice for your healthcare coverage. Just call 855-397-9162. Remember, there's no obligation for requesting this free information. So call 855-397-9162. Call today.
Welcome back to our election night coverage right here on the First TV with me, your host, Jesse Kelly. We are going to keep you updated as the results roll in, and it has been so far a good night for a variety of reasons, and one of those reasons is actually here with us now. It's not Josh Hammer. No one cares. No, I'm kidding. Josh Hammer, host of America on Trial, joins us, and Congressman Chip Roy, friend of both Josh's and mine, joins us. And it looks like the people in the great state of Texas sent one of the few good Republicans we have back to Washington, D.C. for another 2 years. Congrats, Chip. I got to go ahead and lead with that one. Congrats, my friend.
Thanks, brother. I've just got sentenced to go back to Congress. Apparently, I get to serve with some sort of tranny in Jersey or something. I don't know, but lucky me, I get to go back to Congress.
Chip is the only guy I know in Congress. Every time I talk to him about it, he just hates every single part of it. It's one of my favorite things about him. All right, so setting that aside, Josh, let's go to you for right now. The Democrat coalition. I've been talking to a lot of guests about this tonight because, you know, parties are about coalitions, and coalitions do change. Historically, you have this group, you lose this group, the other side gets this group. From the outside looking in so far, if tonight continues as bad for Democrats as it is, what happened to the Democrat coalition? Did they lose too many men? Did they lose too many Latinos? Too many black people? Too many Jews? Too many Muslims? Too many? What happened to the Democrat coalition that Obama held together for 2 straight terms?
Yeah, so Jesse, first of all, let me just echo you in congratulating my good friend Chip Roy. So just tremendous to be on with you, Congressman. Obviously, always great to see you. And Texas has an amazing fighter in Congressman Chip Roy. So that is just fantastic news. But Jesse, going back to your question there, look, I think if the current results hold, at this time tomorrow, I think what the story that we're looking at, the real important story, is the collapse, the actual collapse, the end of the Barack Obama era Democratic Party. That basically is the story that I am seeing. And to be clear, this is not a one-night phenomenon. We've been seeing this trend for a long time now. In Chip's state, in the state of Texas in 2020, we saw some heavily Hispanic counties in the Rio Grande Valley, Zapata County, Starr County, heavily Mexican counties that were trending heavily towards Donald Trump. He actually outright won some of those counties. Here in Florida, where I live now, Miami-Dade County just going for Donald Trump by apparently double digits. That is a 70% Hispanic county. Hispanics here in Florida trending R+30, trending 30 points more Republican over the past just 4 years there. So Jesse, to get back to your question, what actual slicing of the demographic pie, so to speak, has actually gone wrong for Democrats? My answer is frankly all of the above. They're basically losing support essentially everywhere from where I can tell, other than the core of their core base, which is white women, especially highly educated white urban women with PhDs, people with PhDs in general. But the Democrats have become the party of the elite. All three of us, I think, right here, right now, know that the Democrats are the party of the ruling class. They are the party of this censorious, arrogant, imperious ideology that wants to tell we, the people who don't subscribe to all of the tenets of their ideology, to just shut up and take it. And I think what you're seeing out there yet again is this whole grassroots sentiment, very similar to what we saw 8 years ago, that is saying we're not going to take it anymore. That is the trajectory that we're on right now, and I look forward to seeing where we are in the polls about 2 hours from now as well.
Congressman, Texas, obviously it wasn't just you your race has already been called tonight. Statewide, once again, the idiots threw a bunch of money at this Colin Allred guy to go after our mutual friend Ted Cruz, and he, of course, got curb stomped tonight. So why did they continue to do this in Texas, or are they gaining ground here? I realize it's a bad night so far for them. Are they gaining ground here in this red wall state we have to keep?
Well, I think this ties into the question that you asked Josh and Josh's answer. I think the Democrat coalition is breaking down in the face of people who are willing to fight. President Trump standing up and fighting. Ted Cruz, all of us standing up and fighting. Jesse, you've been beating the drum, saying, guys, get out and vote, show up, do your job. And that has been the difference here. They spent $80 million against Ted Cruz, okay, 2-1. This is the most expensive Senate race in history. What you're seeing now is a new coalition, the coalition that President Trump was willing to go build, teaming up with Robert F. Kennedy, teaming up with Tulsi Gabbard, teaming up with Elon Musk. But also, when you see someone like Alexis Nungare, the beautiful young woman who was the mother of Jocelyn Nungare outside of Houston, who not only supported Ted and stood alongside Donald Trump, but she took on Colin Allred when he tried to criticize Ted for, quote, politicizing the death of Jocelyn, when Alexis wanted to honor Jocelyn by standing up to fight the atrocious effect of an open border. The American people, if we stand up and fight for our country, then people will follow us. If Republicans will fight instead of just rolling over, the American people want to be with us. And I can promise you, the young Hispanic voters in South Texas, the people that are looking at a leader like Donald Trump, instead of the absolute disarray and weakness out of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who appeal to only the radical progressive Democrats, the elite white liberals of the northeast part of this United States. And look, I got in trouble by Democrats because I popped off because they were talking about how we are wanting to ethnically cleanse people. They are the ones that are trying to target Hispanic people by letting them get sold into the sex trafficking trade, get abused by cartels. And I was totally fine saying, well, you want to ethnically cleanse the white Ivy League liberals, then let's import people who love this country, like Lily in New Hampshire, who's now my hero, by the way.
Yeah, she is pretty awesome. Okay, Josh, let me ask this. The American people, as of now, are rejecting what Democrats are selling. Are they unhappy with inflation, or are they angry at a party that has done a lot of the stuff Chip just laid out, opened up the border and flooded this country with criminals on purpose? It wasn't accidental. It's pretty obvious now. They've done everything they can to get as many of these monsters into this country as humanly possible. It's clearly done on purpose. Was it inflation or immigration more?
Look, I mean, I hate to give like a cop-out answer, but I think it's both. I mean, look, I think the economy probably is the number one issue overall. I mean, if you go back 2 years ago to the summer of 2022, it wasn't just inflation. This country formally entered a recession. Once upon a time, economists all across the spectrum defined a recession as back-to-back quarters of negative GDP growth. Heck, Jesse, I'm old enough to remember Karine Jean-Pierre trying to gaslight the American people from the White House lectern, trying to say, no, that's actually not the definition of recession. I don't know if y'all remember that, but that was the summer of 2022, right around the time that there was 9.1% inflation, a 40-year high. But the immigration issue, you obviously cannot discount it. In my anecdotal personal experience, I talked to a lot of voters who talk a lot about the immigration issue. For me personally, whatever that's worth, the immigration issue is the number one issue. I think it has been nothing short of a world historical disaster for the past 4 years of this particular administration. But more generally, when you look at the issues that the American people tell the pollsters that they care about, you get a very consistent pattern over the past year. The top four issues, time and time again, in no particular order, are economy, inflation, immigration, and crime. And on all four of those issues, they say that they trust Republicans and Donald Trump and J.D. Vance by orders of magnitude more than the other side. That's why the other side has been trying their darndest. They've been trying as hard as possible to run on the issue of quote unquote our democracy, whatever that even means. And then the abortion issue. They've been trying to go all in on those particular issues, but they can't do it because these preferences are fundamentally stubborn, because those four issues that I just mentioned are the four most important issues facing the country. That is the fundamental problem for the Democrats this election cycle. It has been for a very long time. We're seeing the results of that fundamental misalignment right now, I think.
Congressman, this issue of safety, of crime, people are already talking about deportations, mass deportations. What does that look like? I have voiced many concerns that Republicans lack the stones and that the American people lack the will to do this, but maybe I am wrong. Maybe there are enough stories like Jocelyn, which is it just guts me. It just rips my freaking heart out how that young lady had to die. Maybe there's enough of that out there that there is a real stomach for getting these people out. We can't have 15 million of these people here.
Yeah, well, Jesse, look, the bottom line is if we don't have the stones to do it, then the Republican Party will be left in the ash heap of history. It will be no more. This is it. We have a 4-year window, assuming things go the way I expect them to go tonight, where Republicans in the House and the Senate, the White House, we can offer no excuses. None of the, we don't have 60 in the Senate. We can't get it done. They've sued us in court because we're deporting some people. No excuses. We saved this country right now. We do what we said we would do, or we deserve to be in the ash heap of history. We deserve to be on the pile with the Whigs. We have got to deliver. I've already heard Republicans offering excuses. We already had 19 Republicans sign a letter in August saying, we can't repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. We've already heard Republicans who are trying to cut side deals on, HR 2, that was too aggressive. No, I can promise you, when I wake up tomorrow morning, hopefully with a majority in the House and the Senate and Donald Trump declared the winner, I can assure you we'll be going back to D.C. next week, and I'm loaded for bear. I'm ready to rumble, if you want to put it that way. With respect to my Republican colleagues, no excuses. Failure is not an option. We've got to deliver.
Speaking of failure, let's wrap this up, Josh, with John Cornyn. That's the best way I could probably describe him as a huge embarrassing failure. We have a huge Senate race right now. John Cornyn and John Thune are vying for that leadership position. Rick Scott, everyone needs to be rooting for Rick Scott to win that leadership position, because Donald Trump and any kind of America First agenda is going to be kneecapped in ways large and small if we dump Mitch McConnell and have one of the two Johns walking into there. We really need to press this hard, don't we, Josh?
It's really unfortunate, Jesse, that the great state of Texas has John Cornyn. I mean, if only we could have a great patriot, a great constitutionalist somehow rise up through the ranks to replace John Cornyn. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Mm-hmm.
No pressure. But in any event, look, at some point, John Barrasso was also in this conversation. So the story there was the three Johns, Barrasso, Thune, and Cornyn. I have no particularly personal preference, honestly, when it comes to these three. Maybe Barrasso is perhaps the least bad. I genuinely just don't have a strong preference. Rick Scott probably is the best option of these four. Not probably, he definitely is actually. But unfortunately, I don't think he's going to get it. If I'm just being very honest here, Jesse. So this definitely is a problem. And it's one that we have to be very vigilant about. What I am hopeful for is that the Senate gains up and down the national landscape tonight. I mean, if Donald Trump's coattails are big enough in states like Arizona, Nevada, who knows, Michigan, Wisconsin, if this starts trending in the direction that it could over the next couple hours, you could be looking at a potentially even historic Senate majority for Republicans. That would mitigate the ability of a weak-minded Senate majority leader to water down legislation. That's what I'm cautiously optimistic for. Again, we'll know more in a few hours, though.
I like your optimism. Josh, appreciate you. Congressman Chip Roy, once again, appreciate you as always. Thank you, gentlemen. Good night so far. Good night. All right. Our election night coverage is going to continue all night. But I'm going to leave you, but I want to do one more segment with Sean Spicer, because Sean Spicer, who
Election coverage on the First TV is brought to you by Tax Network USA.
Hi, everyone. If you were injured in an accident, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by right now. You can find out how much money you can potentially get for your accident. I'm Tori Schulman, along with my co-host and spokesman, Al Jackson. So, Al, tell the viewers at home who should be calling right now.
Well, Tori, it's just like you said. Anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault, give us a call right now. You can find out if you have a case and how much money you can potentially get.
Thanks, Al. So is that what people want to know, if they have a case, how much money they're going to get?
That's what I would want to know. Do I have a case? How much money can I get? The accident that happened can't change, but how much money you receive can. So I encourage everyone watching at home, give us a call right now and find out how much you can potentially get.
Thanks, Al. You guys heard it here first. Take advantage of this amazing opportunity and call now.
I love my work caring for people. I often assist women who struggle with urinary incontinence, women who have fallen trying to reach the bathroom, or who have damaged skin from too much wetness. It can take a toll on them. At home, I worried for my mother. A lack of sleep due to bladder leakage affected her life. That's why I'm so glad the PureWick system is available for home use. It's an innovative option for women who experience moderate to severe bladder leakage. This external system uses a soft, flexible wick placed outside the body to draw urine away from the body and into a collection canister. It's non-invasive and designed to keep the skin dry and stay in place. We trust it to help her throughout the night, so we're all better rested and can enjoy the things we love together.
Order yours online at purewick@home.com or call 800-493-4795 today. New external catheters for women and men available for home use. Call 800-493-4795 today.
Before I would ever give a product to a patient, I tried it on myself. So I started taking Super Beets and I said, wow, Super Beets is a game changer.
It's given me the energy that I want, the blood pressure support that I need.
Circulation, heart health.
You feel like you can get things done.
I really am feeling a difference. I just love it.
Over 1 million people have put Super Beets blood pressure support supplements to the test. And today, we have over 80,000 5-star ratings and reviews. We're trusted by over 120 pro and college sports teams. Super Beets is the only #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support. It helps dilate blood vessels. It helps increase my circulation. It's having a beneficial effect on my heart and my energy. It makes me healthier.
My grandkids say, Grandma, I can't keep up with you. Where do you get your energy from? And I said, Super Beets.
Get a free month supply, plus free shipping and a 90-day money-back guarantee on all bundles, exclusively when you call or visit superbeets.com.
Welcome back to our coverage right here on the First TV of election night. an election night that is going quite well. Not that this is super shocking, but I do want to make sure we are keeping you up to date with the big calls as they come in. Montana has officially been called for Donald Trump. It was always expected to go that way. Montana, which was kind of purple for most of my childhood when I lived there, has really gone further right and further right and further right. In fact, Jon Tester is most definitely going to lose his seat if he hasn't already up there. So right now, everything's coming up aces as far as I can tell, but I know Sean will shoot me down somehow. Joining me now, my friend Sean Spicer, the great Sean Spicer Show, who's been making us all smarter for quite some time. Okay, Sean, we talked like an hour and a half ago, and things have gotten better since then. I'm scared. I don't want to go to sleep tonight, Sean.
Oh, well, I don't either, because right now it's looking good. The folks down in Florida at the Trump campaign are feeling really good. This is turning out to be a really good night for two reasons. One is I think Trump is overperforming with groups that they were targeting, and the Kamala Harris campaign is underperforming. I think what's interesting to me, Jesse, I grew up in Rhode Island. You mentioned Montana. You look at that state, Joe Biden won with almost 60%. Kamala Harris, 83% coming in Rhode Island. She's at 53%. We talked about Virginia. Razor thin in Virginia right now, a state that Biden won by 10 points, right? So even if he doesn't pull these states, like obviously he's not going to win Rhode Island. The AP has called that for Harris. I get it. But she's not doing what she needs to be doing. She's not performing with these key coalitions the way that she needs to be. I think right now, when you talk about past the 270 electoral votes, Donald Trump continues to remain with several to get him to 270 plus. Her path keeps getting narrower and narrower. And as I check in on all of these battleground states, but I will tell you this, I was just talking just a moment ago, in New Jersey, 73% in, she has 52% of the vote. Right, so she'll carry New Jersey, but the idea that she got 52%, that's embarrassing. And I think there's going to be a reckoning tomorrow because Donald Trump is doing very, very well with the working men and women of this country from state to state. This isn't just one. We're seeing it throughout the states, not just in the battleground states. Remember, no one spent a penny in New Jersey. Yes, he held a rally there, but this is just unbelievable. I think this could really end up being strong for Donald Trump. In Pennsylvania, we're seeing 51% in. Trump up there. I feel really good about where he is in Georgia as well. So, you know, there's not right now anything that's giving me heartburn. But I'll tell you, let me just pull up Georgia real quick, if I can. But it's again, we are seeing some really good results for Donald Trump. Let me get the latest for you in Georgia. 82% in, Trump up 52 to 47.4, a really 200,000+ vote lead. Remember, in 2000, he only lost by 11,000. So to be up this high, this mirrors where he was in 2016, a 5% win, 200,000 vote margin there in 2016. It's looking very similar, partially because at least the exit polls show that she is not doing well with black men there.
Not doing well with black men, Sean. We've seen this number all night. I've seen 23%, I've seen 25%. Whatever the percentage of black men she's lost, it is significant, and it's way higher than any percentage Democrats have lost in the past. My question is, what's your read on why? Is it her general despicable nature? Is it the fact that they have filled up black neighborhoods in these big cities with a bunch of illegals and now black men are hurting for work in ways they were not under Trump? What is it that chafed on black men so badly who have traditionally gone all for Democrats?
I think there's three things actually. Number one, they see the economic impacts like every other American. Like when inflation is what it is, and she says my answer to that is to attack price gouging, as if price gouging is the reason. It's their policies. Number two is that I think a lot of jobs are going to, you know, they feel that are being taken by people in this country illegally. She has an open borders philosophy. And she has not apologized for that. And I think they've, you know, a lot of people, not just black men, white men, Asian men, I mean, a lot of people, women, all see the effects of an open border. And then I also think there's a bit of culture in here. Jesse, and I think that's part of it. The way that they went all in. I mean, Trump did a very effective messaging talking about men playing in women's sports, men taking opportunities from women, and I think that grated on a lot of people. Not just that women weren't getting the opportunities, but this DEI woke culture, I think, is something that grates on a lot of folks, particularly black men.
Sean, we've been talking about states like New Jersey. It's closer than it should be. We love that. Virginia, we're still waiting, obviously. But we're kind of dancing around and tiptoeing around the big three that you and I have talked about extensively. I realize we're waiting on final numbers, which we may or may not even get tonight, but how's Michigan looking? How's Pennsylvania looking? How's Wisconsin looking? Are we right where we need to be? Are we behind? Are you concerned? Where are we in these states? Even one of them is all we need, right?
Yeah, and that's the key point, right? So Team Trump is bullish on Wisconsin. They feel very good about what's coming through there. It's a horrible state to poll because a lot of the information isn't appended to the voter file. So it makes it difficult to poll. We're going to be seeing it, but they're seeing a lot of the data come in that makes them feel very good about this. I feel very good about Pennsylvania, though. You start to look at what's coming in Pennsylvania. I think that they've got to feel very good about that. But if they pick any one of those blue wall states, Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania, it's game over for her. I don't see a path forward. 54% are reporting in Pennsylvania right now. Remember, the unique thing about Wisconsin and Pennsylvania in particular is how they count votes. Pennsylvania cannot count early votes until the morning of. Remember in 2020, they decided to go take a coffee break for like 3 days on the night of the election and wait to count the votes. Tonight, they're supposed to stay there. That's going to be huge. Donald Trump so far, 54% in, has a 51-48 lead. But the big thing, Jesse, and we talked about this earlier on the first, that Trump was down 1.3 million votes from mail-in and early vote in Pennsylvania. Joe Biden, that's the lead he took in. Now, Trump won 1.1, 1.2 election day votes, but that wasn't enough to overcome the early vote. Well, they cut that down to 400,000. That's huge, right? So Trump really, really had an amazing ground game in Pennsylvania, and it's just showing. I just don't think they've got the votes to catch up in Pennsylvania, and we're going to see that. In Wisconsin, they batch their votes. It's a really weird process in several areas of Wisconsin, and then they all report them really late at once. So a lot of places in the Milwaukee area and others will drive all their results to one place, then they batch them and post them. So you'll see these big dumps of votes coming out of Wisconsin, and I think we're going to see that again. But the good news is if he can take Pennsylvania or build a big enough lead, we're not going to need it. We just need one of those 3 states to see Donald Trump return to the White House, assuming that something else doesn't break weird, and there's no indication that that's happening.
Sean, Michigan. I'll be honest with you, a little bit shocked to see Muslim support for Donald Trump. I know Democrats were very worried about that coalition. They were running competing ads, pro-Israel ads in Pennsylvania, pro-Islam ads or pro-Palestine, whatever you want to call it, ads in Michigan. But never in my life have I seen any significant portion of Muslims go for a Republican. What happened there?
Well, I think they look, she was, like in a lot of issues, I think how she messaged her positions on Hamas and Israel didn't give them pause. Look, here's the thing with Trump on a whole host of issues. You know where you stand with the guy, right? And that's what I think a lot of people, especially the late breakers, said, you know what? I know where I stand with him. I saw it for 4 years. I've seen the movie. I know how it's going to end. With Kamala, I don't know. I don't know how this is going to go. And I think that gave pause and concern to a lot of folks. For those reasons, I think it's sort of like, we'd rather go with the devil we know than the one we don't. And not trying to impugn Donald Trump or either of them, but that's just the phrase. So I think that where you saw a lot of these communities is they said, you know what, life was better under 4 years of Trump. I tweeted this out first thing this morning, Jesse. If you like the last 4 years, vote for Kamala Harris. If you like the 4 years of Donald Trump, vote for him. It was that simple of a proposition. And I think the problem is that Harris was so concerned about upsetting one group, right? So on every issue, it was like, how can I be on both sides of this issue? She didn't want to upset the far left progressives. She didn't want to upset soft Republicans that she could get into. She refused to take a position. Donald Trump, quite the opposite. He was like, this is where I stand, like it or not. But you knew it. And that's the thing, is that I think it cost her down the road, and they're going to have a lot of recriminations about this coming in the next few days and weeks. By the way, you mentioned Michigan. Real quick, obviously, yeah, thank you. It's getting late. You know, you've got two parts of Michigan that report depending on the time zone. We're not seeing a ton in right now, only 21%. It's very tight there. We're going to see how that turns out. But this is going to be another one of those states where we'll see how this thing trickles in. But she's got to find some glimmer of hope.
Yeah, well, I'm an Ohio State fan. If it doesn't work out in Michigan, I think we should give it back to Canada anyway. Sean, thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you, as always.
Always great being with you, Jesse.
All right. You don't have to change the channel. As these results come in, you can stick right here with us on the first. We're going to bring you all of it. That's it for me, but I will be back tomorrow to recap.
Election coverage on the First TV is brought to you by TaxNet.